listen to the award-winning Busted Open podcast every single day on YouTube. Our best interviews, behind-the-scenes access, and some of our best content from the past. All available right now when you go to youtube.com/@BustedOpenPodcast. Subscribe right now.
Nothing matches the passion, the excitement, the history-making moments of college sports. And nobody takes you inside the greatest campuses and stadiums across the country like Sirius XM College Sports Radio. Listen to all of the play-by-play action, expert analysis, and in-depth interviews with your favorite team. No matter the season, we have something for you. Your home for all things college sports is on Sirius XM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Fantasy football players, learn winning strategies right now on Fantasy Sports Radio to help you draft a winning team on Channel 87 and on the Sirius XM app.
Philadelphia Phillies taking the Cleveland Guardians. Phillies on Sirius 106, XM 180 and Internet 860. Guardians on Internet 847. 1:35 p.m. Toronto Blue Jays taking the Texas Rangers. Blue Jays on Sirius 211, XM 178 and Internet 868. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish Beat on Internet 870. 1:40 p.m. Detroit Tigers taking the Minnesota Twins. Tigers on Sirius 137, XM 179 and Internet 849. Twins on Internet 856. 2:10 p.m. Chicago White Sox taking the Seattle Mariners. White Sox on Sirius 160, XM 181 and Internet 845. Mariners on Internet 864. 2:10 p.m. Kansas City Royals taking the Chicago Cubs. Royals on Sirius 158, XM 184 and Internet 851. Cubs on Internet 844. 2:10 p.m. Milwaukee Brewers take on the Miami Marlins. Brewers on Sirius 85, XM 185 and Internet 855. Marlins on Internet 854. 2:10 p.m. Houston Astros take on the LA Dodgers. Astros on Sirius 161, XM 182 and Internet 850. Dodgers on Internet 853. Spanish Feed on Sirius 162, XM 183 and Internet 871. 2:15 p.m. St. Louis Cardinals face the Washington Nationals. Cardinals on Sirius 119, XM 186 and Internet 865. Nationals on Internet 869. 4:05 p.m. San Francisco Giants face the Colorado Rockies. Giants on Sirius 138, XM 187 and Internet 863. Rockies on Internet 848. 4:07 p.m. LA Angels take on the Oakland A's. Angels on Sirius 139, XM 188 and Internet 852. A's on Internet 859. 4:10 p.m. Arizona Diamondbacks take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. Diamondbacks on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 840. Pirates on Internet 861. 7:10 p.m. Boston Red Sox take on the New York Yankees. Red Sox on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 843. Yankees on Internet 858. National Feed on Sirius XM and Internet channels 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Sunday, July the 28th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 11:35 a.m., Tampa Bay Rays taking the Cincinnati Reds. Rays on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 866. Reds on Internet 846. 1:35 p.m., Baltimore Orioles taking the San Diego Padres. Orioles on Sirius 209, XM 176 and Internet 842. Padres on Internet 862. 1:35 p.m.
Blue Jays baseball. I can slams the ball down the left field line. Way back and gone. On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The crowd cheering on Kevin Gausman. The 1-2 pitch. This one sky high. Out into shallow center. Chugging in for it. Making the grab is Dalton Varsho. And it's a complete game victory for Kevin Gausman.
You know, I've only done it twice, so I can't really say too much about that. You know, it takes quick outs. It takes great defense behind you. As you saw today, Vladdy made a great play too. So, you know, really everybody, Leo coming in the game, first ground ball of the day, you know, in the ninth inning. You know, but that's kind of what he's done since he's been here, especially on the defensive side. You know, it kind of looks easy to him when he's in the field. And so, you know, a lot of things kind of all coming together, and today it worked out.
And that, of course, the voice of Kevin Gausman referencing the game that he turned in, the performance that he turned in yesterday, and the victory over the Texas Rangers. The Blue Jays already earning the series victory over Texas, but looking for the sweep today. I'm scanning the stands to see if anybody's got brooms or little dustpans or anything like that as we get set for another beautiful day at the ballpark. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you. And Chris, the key might be for Jose Berrios today to pick up where Gausman left off, because Berrios, a guy who started this season extremely hot, has kind of hit the skids over the last few games.
Yeah, he hasn't been great, and I think the biggest reason for that is just the lack of command with the fastball and with that slur specifically. He's walked 10 guys in his last 2 ball games against Tampa Bay and against Arizona. That's just not conducive to winning a ball game and pitching well. So if he's going to have to, if he wants to follow in the footsteps of Kevin Gausman, he'll have to pound the strike zone early with that fastball, mix in a slurve that has tight spin. It really hasn't been tight. It's been very loose. I think that's the key to his success today.
The Blue Jays entering action today at 48-56, but in search of a third straight victory as we take a look at the Bet365 standings. At Bet365, you can bet live in-game on game props, totals, and the money line. Download the app and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19+, play responsibly, Ontario only. Baltimore still atop the division, the AL East at 61-43. The Yankees in second, 61-45. Red Sox right in the middle, 55-48. It's the Rays, a game above 500 at 53-52. And again, Toronto at the bottom of the AL East at 48-56, but hoping to carry some momentum with another win today into 7 straight against the AL East, starting tomorrow with a doubleheader in Baltimore against the Orioles. But again, they got to take care of business first. Final game of this homestand. Texas and Toronto. Let's get the starting lineups right now as I send it on back over to Chris LaRue.
Well, thank you, Eric. Leading off for the Texas Rangers and playing second base is Marcus Semien. At shortstop, batting second is Corey Seager. Josh Smith will play third base and hit third. In left field, batting cleanup is Wyatt Langford. DHing and batting fifth is Adolis Garcia. Nathaniel Lowe will bat sixth and play first base. In right, batting seventh is Robbie Grossman. Behind the plate, hitting eighth will be Jonah Heim. And batting ninth is Leody Taveras. He'll be in center field. On the mound is righty John Gray. And for the Toronto Blue Jays, leading off and playing second base is Spencer Horwitz. At third base, batting second is Ernie Clement. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is back at first base and will hit third. DHing and batting cleanup is Justin Turner. In left, batting fifth is Dalton Varsho. Alejandro Kirk is behind the plate and will hit sixth. In right field, batting seventh is Addison Barger. Kevin Kiermaier will play center field and bat eighth. And at shortstop, batting ninth is Leo Jimenez. On the mound for the Blue Jays is righty Jose Berrios.
Oh, I like the extra flair on that one. And Berrios takes to the mound right now, getting set for a couple of warm-up pitches before we are underway officially. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. out at first, led his team out onto the field. Another gorgeous day in downtown Toronto with the roof, of course, open and the sun shining down. The only shade on the field right now, a little section of the warning track in center field, but otherwise the field essentially completely in the sunshine as we get set for this first pitch. And this would be a very rare opportunity for the Jays to get the sweep, and as I mentioned, to carry some momentum into what could be a very important week for the Blue Jays.
Well, it's definitely going to be a tough week. They have 4 games against Baltimore, at Baltimore, and then they go to New York City and they play 3 games at the New York Yankees. Then they have that off day after that last game in New York. But to get this win, to sweep this pretty solid Texas Rangers squad would be a big thing for them, a big boost to their confidence.
Texas coming in at 51-44. They were eyeing the potential and the opportunity to get above 500 in coming to Toronto, but they're going to have to try and dig out of it now as they've dipped 3 below and trying to salvage at least one win by getting the victory today. Hopefully, Toronto, if you're a Blue Jay fan, the Jays can spoil
that opportunity for Texas. We are set to go here. A couple of minutes behind schedule. First pitch was supposed to be at 1:37, but it is Junior Jays Sunday. All the festivities going on outside and the kids out on the field before the ball game as well with the players. Might have delayed things a little bit. And the first pitch comes in. It's fouled off by Semien. An 0-1 count, and the first pitch officially does indeed come in at 1:39 Eastern Time. Semien batting .246 on the season, the right-handed bat, facing Berrios. Quickly down 0-2 on a fastball clocked at 95.
And how about that? 2 strikes to start this ball game. I'm sure him and Pete Walker have worked a lot on the mechanics, on the mentality of pitching over the last 4 or 5 days.
Here's the 0-2 delivery. And that one fouled off, and I believe it might have gone off Semien's foot or leg. If not, it just hit the dirt because he doesn't seem to be limping around. But either way, he's back into the box, adjusting the dirt with his feet, playing Gardner down there for a second as he gets set for the 0-2 delivery again. We are just underway at Rogers Center. Top of the first inning. Here's the pitch. And that one missing inside. 1-2. Sent to third base, scooped up by Ernie Clement. On to first, and the ball one-hopped Guerrero, and he couldn't make the squeeze. And safe at first is Marcus Semien. That's a rare miss for Vladdy out there at first base.
Yeah, that was a very makeable short hop for Vlad over there at first base. A good play by Ernie Clement, a nice smooth play. You want your third baseman to throw a strike to first base at the chest, but that was just a little short hop, hit Vlad in the heel of the glove. A very makeable play for a Gold Glover over there at first base.
And first pitch swinging. It's Corey Seager who slaps a base hit to center field, and now 2 on with none out for the Rangers.
Yeah, and just like that, things are starting to snowball just a little bit. A good sinker down and away, but Corey Seager, such a good hitter, goes down and golfs a good line drive into center field. Runners on first and second, and nobody out right now in this first inning.
And if you think back to yesterday, it was Marcus Semien who started the game with a triple, ended up scoring, and Texas took an early 1-0 lead before the Jays responded in the bottom half of the first on a 3-run home run from Dalton Varsho. Texas threatening to put more on the board again early in this game. The left-handed bat of Josh Smith sends one out to second. And the Blue Jays do not turn the double play. Horwitz flipped it over to second, but in making the throw over to first, Josh Smith quickly got down the line and beat the throw. And now Texas has runners on the corners with 1 out.
Well, that wasn't a great turn. Spencer Horwitz he didn't take his time, but he wasn't incredibly quick with that throw to second base. Josh Smith beats it out, but it was a good changeup. That's a good sign for Jose Berrios. The changeup today is going to be a big pitch for him, not only to lefties, but to righties as well.
Wyatt Langford steps in now, the left fielder today. Swing and a miss on the first pitch. A slurve at 85, an 0-1 count. Semien at third. Smith at first. 1 down here, top of the first. No score, but the Rangers still threatening. Here's the 0-1. In for a strike. Quickly head 0-2.
There's a big hole on the right side of this infield. Spencer Horwitz is almost directly behind second base. Vlad is holding on Josh Smith over there at first base.
And the 0-2 pitch down low, missing. It's now 1-2.
That's 3 breaking balls in a row, 3 slurves. I would imagine he's not going to throw the fourth here. He'll probably go up and in with a fastball. Loves doing that to righties.
The 1-2 pitch. Slapped foul toward the Blue Jay dugout. And it ricochets off the net, picked up by a ball boy who tosses it into the stands. We'll do it again at 1-2.
Well, Jose Berrios was in fact trying to go up and in with that fastball. Missed his spot just a little bit low with that fastball. Let's see if they try to do it again here.
Missing outside just on a sinker at 96, and now the count stands at 2-2. Crowd starting to make a little bit more noise here, trying to rally on Berrios, who just struck out Langford with a sinker that caught the inside edge, and there's 2 down.
Well, Wyatt Langford didn't like that call, having a quick conversation with home plate umpire Roberto Ortiz, but it's about as good as it gets right there if you're trying to go down and in. A good sinker at 94 miles an hour freezes Langford.
First inning is brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Bring nature to your backyard with Armstrong, feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. A little quick chat right now with Alejandro Kirk and Jose Berrios. Kirk stepped out in front of the plate and had a few instructions that he yelled out to Berrios as we get set now for Adolis Garcia. First pitch to Garcia, outside. And a 1-0 count. And that one down low as well. It's now quickly 2-0 to Garcia. $18 homers, 53 runs batted in for Garcia. He is the DH this afternoon. And taking off for second is Smith. The throw down to second from Kirk, not in time. And luckily for the Blue Jays, they're able to hold Semien at third, but it's now second and third for Texas. And a 2-1 count to Garcia.
Yeah, good job from Spencer Horowitz blocking that short hop throw from Alejandro Kirk, keeping that runner at third base. Kind of an errant throw. I don't like that throw there. Just keep it in your back pocket and go after this hitter here.
Quick look at second. Here's the pitch from Berrios. And it's sky high out into shallow right field. Charging in for it, Barger calls off Guerrero, makes the grab, and the Blue Jays get out of the inning unscathed. No score. Heading to the bottom of the first, you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between pizza and inflation. First to the plate, with over 2 million sold, it's Fixed Rate Pizza, a hot and fresh extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for Fixed Rate Pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
We're 2 men and a truck. So, you're moving to a new home, and all that's left to do is to call a mover you know you can trust. Well, naturally, you think 2 men and a truck, since you know they have lots of men and lots of trucks. They'll wrap, pack, and move everything you own. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. For a free in-home estimate, call today. We're 2 men and a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Runner going, throw down to second. They got him.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Getting set for the bottom half of the first inning, no score. And Spencer Horowitz to lead things off for the Blue Jays. It's a rare off day for George Springer. And before we even get going here, there might be an issue with Rangers starter John Gray. One of the Texas trainers has come out to the mound. And now Bruce Bochy and Mike Maddox both heading out to the mound as well. This is a rare sight, isn't it, Chris, to see something like this?
Well, yeah, things don't really look great down there. Mike Maddox and Bruce Bochy chatting with each other. John Gray has his glove over his mouth, doesn't want anybody to see what he's saying. They're going to take him out of this ballgame.
Wow. We don't know what the issue is, obviously, folks. Gray was scheduled to start. He was warming up. The entire Rangers team is on the field. Horowitz was announced. And now the scheduled starter, John Gray, 5-4 on the season, 3.73 ERA, is slowly walking to the Texas dugout. And that's it. He is not going to start this ballgame. We'll try and figure out what the Rangers are going to do and who they're going to bring in to come in relief to begin this game. And while we figure all of that out, we'll bring in for the first time our host from not just Baseball Central, but from the booth today, Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Eric. And before we check out the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, don't forget we do have Jays Talk today. Nick Ashbourne is here at the Rogers Center with me. He and I will have the post-game show after the final out. We'll take your calls and texts. I'll throw out the numbers for you to call. Once this game is in the books, you can text us anytime, 590-590, name and location, standard message and data rates may apply. Let's check the out-of-town scoreboard, though, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Devilishly good since Toronto first raised the trophy in 1992. Join them for wings, ribs, beer, cocktails, and catch every play at your local St. Louis Bar and Grill. Download the app or visit stlouiswings.com for more details. Always devilishly good. Lots of trades to get to in Major League Baseball. Let's take a look at some of them. The Rays continuing their sell-off after trading away Randy Arozarena and Zach Eflin this week. Today, they sent reliever Jason Adam to the Padres. San Diego sending back right-handed pitching prospect Dylan Lesko, outfielder Homer Bush Jr., and a third prospect as well. Lesko, one of the higher-ranked pitching prospects in all of minor league baseball. Last night, the Mets making a move. They acquired outfielder Jesse Winker from the Nationals, though the medicals are still being done, so it's not yet completed. That's from Jeff Passan of ESPN. The Phillies and Angels making a deal. Angels closer Carlos Estevez off to Philly, while top pitching prospects George Klassen and Samuel Aldegari are going back to Los Angeles. And if you missed this yesterday, Jazz Chisholm Jr. is off to the Big Apple. The Marlins trading the former All-Star to the Yankees last night for 3 prospects. Miami getting back Agustin Ramirez, Jared Cerna, and Abraham Ramirez. Agustin Ramirez immediately becoming a top 4 prospect for Miami. MLB Pipeline just rejigging their rankings for all prospects just last night. Let's check in on the Olympics. Canada earning their first medal of the games yesterday thanks to Summer McIntosh. She nabs a silver in the women's 400-meter freestyle. Later today, Maggie McNeil, she has a chance to become the first woman ever to defend an Olympic butterfly gold medal. The 100-meter butterfly final goes at 2:30 p.m. Eastern, 11:30 a.m. Pacific. So that's in about 40 minutes, so we'll keep an eye on that. On the hard court yesterday, the men's national team beat Greece 86-79. R.J. Barrett finishing with 23 points. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander with 21, including a few clutch buckets down the stretch. Canada surviving 34 points from Giannis Antetokounmpo, as well as having 3 players, Dylan Brooks, Lou Dort, and Dwight Powell, all foul out as well. Either way, they are 1-0 in Olympic play. They will take on fellow 1-0 record Australia. That'll be 7:30 a.m. Eastern, 4:30 a.m. Pacific on Tuesday. The women's team has not gotten going yet. They'll play France tomorrow morning. That's Monday morning, 11 a.m. Eastern, 8:15 a.m. Pacific. On the pitch, despite the penalties handed down from Drone Gate, the Canadian women's soccer team plays on today. They'll take on one of the top sides at the Olympics in the host nation, France. That game goes at 3 Eastern, 12 Pacific. Today, Canada certainly in tough to advance to the next stage, given the 6-point deduction. So Canada absolutely needs a win today and against Colombia later this week if they want to advance, though it would also depend on the third-place teams in other groups as well. We're also learning that Canada does plan on appealing, finding all avenues available for appeal they can go to a higher court above FIFA and the International Olympic Committee, so we'll see if there's any room for appeals there when it comes to that 6-point deduction. But either way, again, 3 Eastern, 12 Pacific, Canada-France goes today. For all Olympic updates, you can check out sportsnet.ca/Olympics. A couple of other things, too. In the NHL, the Marlins making a move. They signed Alex Nylander to a 1-year deal in the AHL. Nylander recording 11 goals, 4 assists in 23 games for the Blue Jays in the 2023-24 NHL season. Of course, the younger brother of William Nylander. Some NFL news as well. Some big extensions for quarterbacks. Miami Dolphins quarterback Tua Tagovailoa signed a big extension a couple days ago, a 4-year deal, $212.4 million, $167.1 million of it guaranteed. It's a $53.1 million per year deal in new money, which I should say was the largest 4-year agreement in NFL history, because, as we know, record deals are largely made to be broken. Ben Schulman's Green Bay Packers signing quarterback Jordan Love to a new deal, a 4-year, $220 million contract that makes him the highest-paid quarterback in NFL history on a per-year basis. He gets a record $75 million signing bonus, $155 million in new full guarantees. He'll get $55 million per year. Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Looks like the Rangers are just about ready to go, so let's get you back to the action. Here's Eric Smith and Chris LaRue.
All right, thanks very much, Joe. Jordan Love should not be the highest paid quarterback in the history of the NFL, but I digress. We'll leave it at that. Go Bills, Bills Mafia.
You can get the point on that contract.
I'll take the point.
The point is nothing.
Oh, I don't want the point. Jonathan Hernandez is going to start this game for the Texas Rangers. He's 3-0 on the season, but all of that out of the bullpen. The last time he started a game was in his rookie season in 2019. He pitched in 9 games that year. He did start in 2 of them, but he has not started a ball game in over 4 years. And here he is, the emergency fill-in starter after scheduled starter John Gray came out on the mound, and then the training staff came out and he was pulled before even making a pitch to Spencer Horwitz. And we are now officially underway in the bottom half of the first inning, as the pitch from Hernandez is no good. Ball 1 to Horwitz. We haven't been given any word yet as to what the issue is/was for Gray. When we get word, we will certainly pass it along. Another pitch comes in, a slider, a ball, and a 2-0 count to Horwitz. Spencer slaps one foul down the first base side. It's now 2-1. How tough is this for Hernandez, Chris, to come in, obviously not expecting anything like this, and to have to be ready to go?
Well, first of all, he's not a starter. This is his first start, technically, of 2024. His longest outing of the year is 3 2/3 innings. He gave up 2 hits at Miami through 44 pitches. Expect him to go 44 to 50-ish pitches. This is going to be a tough day for Bruce Bochy's bullpen, and that's putting it mildly.
Hernandez now down in the count, 3-1 to Horwitz. Here's the pitch, and Spencer slaps one foul down the third base side, deep into the stands, and the count is full.
But I think once you get into the rhythm, Jonathan Hernandez has thrown 5 pitches now. I think you get out of the mentality of this is a start, and you kind of just get into your groove. It's just 1 inning, 2 innings, 3 innings, and then you go from there.
And you just lost Horwitz. Low and inside, and a walk for Spencer to start this home half of the first inning for Toronto. Brings up Ernie Clement, the hero from a couple of nights ago, with the walk-off hit to win it in the first game of the series against Texas, and he continued to play well yesterday. Batting .263 on the season. And the first pitch from Hernandez, no good with the slider, a 1-0 count.
And Hernandez has a very bullpen-like arsenal. He throws his slider 50% of the time at 88 miles an hour. Then he has that upper 90s sinker that he throws 38% of the time.
Clement rips one into left field, and it's going to hit the base of the wall. Then slipping on the track was Wyatt Langford. It allows Horwitz to turn the corner, get to third with ease.
and a stand-up double for Ernie Clement.
And Ernie Clement continues to stay hot, hitting his 14th double of the season. Jumped all over that down and in sinker from Hernandez. That thing was 97 miles an hour. Ernie Clement gets the barrel to it. Now the Blue Jays have runners on second and third and nobody out.
For Vladimir Guerrero Jr. And the velocity on that hit from Clement, 104.3. He ripped that thing to left field. Vladdy would love to do the same right here. First pitch, low and inside. 1-0 count to Guerrero. Texas threatened in the top of the first. The Blue Jays got out of it. And now Toronto certainly threatening big time right here. The next pitch to Vladdy, also low, clocked at 97 and a 2-0 count.
And you certainly don't want to walk Vlad in this situation. You do have an open base, but you also don't want to give him something to hit.
Quick look over at third. Here's the pitch. Vladdy chops one into the grass, into the turf down the third base side, rolls toward the wall. Vladdy on a 9-game hit streak, batting .485 over the last 9 games. That's pretty good. He's ahead in the count 2-1. Hernandez comes set. The righty with the pitch. And Vladdy rips one foul down the third base side. It's now 2-2.
That was actually a pretty good sinker from Hernandez at 97 miles an hour. Started on the inside part. You could see Vlad kind of fooled by how much movement that sinker really had. A little bit of an awkward swing, fouling it off.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. And Vladdy sends one into left field. It's not super deep. Should be enough, though. Tagging and scoring is Spencer Horwitz, and the Blue Jays strike first. It's 1-0.
Well, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. did a good job realizing what the situation was, getting underneath that tough slider away and getting it in the air to left field for the sac fly and the RBI. You could see him reaching out, really trying to make contact with that pitch. That's a good job from Vladimir Guerrero Jr. The Blue Jays lead 1-0 with 1 out in this first inning.
Clement stayed at second. He didn't have an opportunity to move up by any means, but still in scoring position right now with only 1 down for Justin Turner. Turner comes in and he is crowding the plate right now, right up against the edge of that batter's box, right against the plate. Swings at the first pitch, sends it high to mid-left field, and camping underneath it to make the grab is Wyatt Langford. There's 2 away.
Yeah, again, another fly ball to left field, so Ernie Clement can't move up to third on that one there, but just missing that was Justin Turner. Just got underneath it.
This brings up the left-handed bat of Dalton Varsho, one of 3 lefties in the lineup today for the Blue Jays. We'll see Addison Barger and Kevin Kiermaier later. 2 down. Clement at second. First pitch to Varsho. Outside, 1-0. Quick look at second from Hernandez. The pitch. Varsho gets underneath one, sends it to right field. It's going back, and it's gone. Dalton Varsho with a 2-run shot into the stands over the Texas bullpen, and the Blue Jays lead 3-0. For the second straight day, Dalton Varsho homers in the first inning, and the Blue Jays are jumping on Texas early yet again.
Well, Jonathan Hernandez tried to backdoor that slider to Dalton Varsho, and it came back over the middle of the plate, and Dalton Varsho didn't miss it, hitting it over that bullpen in right field for a 3-0 lead.
Brings up Alejandro Kirk. The exit velo on that home run that went 395 feet, just under 102 miles per hour. Kirk swinging at the 1-0 pitch, sends one out to right field as well. It's high, Shielding the sun with his glove is Robbie Grossman, who ultimately makes the grab, records the out, and sits down the Jays. But Toronto gets 3 runs in the first inning. We head to the second, and it's 3-0 Toronto. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
It's the sound of where you've been and who you are. And SiriusXM has channels for every era of classic country. New Millennium hits are on Y2 Country, Channel 57. The 80s and 90s play all day, every day on Prime Country, Channel 58. And Willie's Roadhouse, Channel 61 is Honky Tonk Heaven. Classic country curated by the legend Willie Nelson. Listen to all these and more across SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
The battle for regional soccer supremacy is on in the Leagues Cup.
That's a super individual goal.
And your home for all the top matches is SiriusXM FC.
It's a masterpiece from Andre Pierre-Gignac.
Hear all your favorite teams from Major League Soccer and Mexico's Liga MX fight for the right to be crowned the King of North America.
Miami, Leagues Cup champions!
Keep up with the Leagues Cup on SiriusXM FC 157 and streaming on the SiriusXM app.
Have you heard the news?
He's here.
He's finally here.
Hey, this is Dale Earnhardt Jr., and for the first time, you'll be able to hear my podcast, the Dale Jr. Download, right here on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio.
Please welcome Dale Earnhardt Jr. to the SiriusXM NASCAR Radio team. Hear both unique episodes of the Dale Jr. Download.
Wednesday at 6 p.m. and Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90. Or download this week's episode right now on the SiriusXM app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You want baseball? The doggy has you covered. Tune in to Mad Dog Unleashed for the best baseball coverage anywhere. Weekdays 3 to 6 Eastern. SiriusXM Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
And the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Second inning is presented by Bet365. Download the Bet365 app for today's baseball odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus. Play responsibly. Ontario only. First pitch of this second inning is in for a strike to Nathaniel Lowe and an 0-1 count. Toronto leading 3-0 here early in this ballgame. And a quick 0-2 count as the next pitch in for a strike on a fastball clocked at 91.
Do you think Rangers starter Jonathan Hernandez is pumped that he's in this ballgame right now?
No. He wants to be back in that bullpen, catching rays for a few innings, coming in the 5th or 6th, hopefully with a lead. Not what he was looking forward to, I'm sure, on the final game of this series in TO. The 0-2 pitch, and Lowe sends one foul down the first base side. We'll do it again at 0-2.
I have to say, I've seen a lot of starter, not a lot, but a few instances where a starter gets injured in the bullpen before a game, but I've never seen a guy on the mound before a game.
Lowe sends one out to short, but it's actually picked up by the third baseman, Ernie Clement, who throws to first, and there's one down. The Jays infield was shaded way over, and Clement was essentially playing in that shortstop spot because of how much the Jays had shifted. One down here, top of the second.
The Blue Jays have a really good left side of the infield right now. Leo Jimenez is very smooth over there, and Ernie Clement has really shown that he's a very capable big league fielder. He's been really good at third base.
And the shift continues right now with Robbie Grossman, the switch hitter, coming up, batting from the left side, the right fielder. Clement again in that shortstop spot, and he's inching towards the grass. The 0-1 pitch is in for a strike. Caught him with a nice slurve and a quick 0-2 count now to Grossman.
Yeah, that's something we haven't seen over the last couple of days. A couple of games. That backdoor slurve from Jose Berrios, not very sharp like I was talking about in the pregame.
The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss. And Berrios sits down Grossman. There's 2 away.
And I know it's early, but you can already tell that slurve is a little bit sharper. That sinker has a little bit more command. And Robbie Grossman swings over the top of that good back foot slurve from Jose Berrios.
Brings up Jonah Heim, another switch hitter, batting from the left side. The starting catcher, hitting .234 on the season. 9 homers, 42 runs batted in. Slaps one out to second, right to Spencer Horwitz with the backhand grab over to first, and that will do it. The Rangers go 1-2-3 here in the second. On to the bottom half of the inning we go. Toronto leading 3-0. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We're 2 men in a truck, the movers who care. You never know when cardiac arrest can happen. That's why each and every one of our trucks carries a life-saving Mikey defibrillator as part of our Mikey on Board program. Whether we're on the highway or in front of your house, we're prepared to help anyone whose heart may skip a beat. The Mikey Network has saved many lives, making Mikey's accessible to the public. And now they're on board our trucks. We're 2 men in a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face, come and meet Ace and run base to base. On Junior J Sunday. So many things to do. You can bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Sundays are for Junior Jays. Get to the ballpark early to enjoy outdoor activities before continuing the fun inside while you cheer on the Blue Jays.
If you're feeling the song, grab your dad or mom, visit BlueJays.com. Junior J Sunday.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Green kicks and delivers. Swing and a miss. They defeat the Mariners
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Rogers Center. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you from the Timbermart broadcast booth as the Blue Jays lead 3-0 and lefty Addison Barger to start things off. Playing in right field today, batting 148 on the season, still in search of his first big league home run. He was tearing up things down in the minors, but still in search of that big swing and that big knock here at the major league level, but he'll take that. It's a base hit to right field to start off this second inning as the Blue Jays try and tack more on here against starter Jonathan Hernandez.
Well, that's got to feel good for him. Only 9 for 61 to start his big league career. A 148 average. I'm sure he's pretty pumped standing at first base right now.
This brings up Kevin Kiermaier. Back-to-back lefty at-bats for the Blue Jays. Kiermaier, of course, in center field today. Lays down a beautiful bunt right in front of the plate. It doesn't get any better than that. Barger moves up to second. Kiermaier is thrown out at first, but he does his job advancing the runner.
I'm not sure if that was a straight sacrifice bunt or if it was one of those ones that was in between, maybe potentially. Watching the replay, it might have been a straight sack. That was a perfect sacrifice bunt. Jonah Heim coming out in front of home plate and throwing a strike to first base. It's a good job right there from KK.
Brings up the number 9 hitter, Leo Jimenez. The shortstop today, first pitch, swing and a miss. Barger out at second, 1 down, bottom of the second. And Jimenez gets underneath one on a pretty solid line drive out to center, but tracking it down on the run and making the grab was Taveras, who tosses it in. There's 2 away.
Well, that was a good job from Addison Barger, tagging at second base and going to third.
We're going to hope that Spencer Horwitz gets on here because we want to hear from our future announcer presented by Rogers, 7-year-old Taku from Guelph. I heard him in the background. He's been given some solid runs and reads right now, but we want to hear him.
What are you saying? You want me to stop talking?
That's all right. I'm going to throw you out in the hallway here and let Taku have a run at you when all is said and done.
Well, sometimes I forget. Things start to happen on the field. I get excited. I want to talk about it. I apologize. Let's get him another inning.
I mean, I think it's just clear. Chris LaRue hates children.
Hey, man.
The 1-1 to Horowitz coming in mere moments. I'm joking, of course.
So him and his father were walking past the booth because they do that just on the other side.
The 1-1 pitch fouled off by Horowitz.
And I gave Taku a little pound. I gave his dad a pound, and his dad looked at me and he said, "We're so excited. I'm so nervous." And that kind of put things in perspective. This is a cool thing for kids to do.
I'll tell you what, I don't know if this has been done before. Do I have the power to do this? If we don't get Taku on, let's bring him in the booth, even for like 20 seconds. Just let him come on the radio broadcast.
You've been here for 25 years. You can do whatever you want.
The 1-2 pitch. Spencer Horowitz rips one to right field. Back on the track, against the wall, making the grab is Robbie Grossman, and that will retire the Jays. You know what? Taku's coming in the booth. We're going to bring him in here for a bit, all right? Blue Jays lead 3-0 on to the third inning we go. It's Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Lumos. Witches, wizards, and muggles come down to the core as Roger Center transforms into Hogwarts. Harry Potter-themed entertainment and activities around the ballpark.
Wingardium Leviosa.
Magic moments create core memories. So fly down to Roger Center on Friday, August 9th, and get one of 4 Blue Jays Harry Potter Hogwarts House Raglan shirts. Harry Potter Night. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza's big hitter, Fixed Rate Pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for Fixed Rate Pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Jose Berrios with a trio of strikeouts to end a scoreless 6.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Rogers Center. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you in the top of the third inning. The Blue Jays leading 3-0. And Leody Taveras will lead things off for the Rangers. First pitch from Berrios down in the dirt. And a 1-0 count. And we have a special guest with us right now. He was the future announcer presented by Rogers. 7-year-old Taku from Guelph is with us right now. And we had to bring you in the booth because we didn't get a chance to hear you because Chris was talking so much.
Exciting things were happening, though. I apologize.
So we didn't get to hear you do your announcements last inning. So we wanted to have you on the radio broadcast with us live. And we're going to then get you to announce at least one of the Texas batters, maybe. Do you think you can maybe do that at some point? What do you think, Taku?
I can.
You can? All right. All right. We're going to do that in a second here. Leody Taveras down in the count now to Jose Berrios, 1-2. You're obviously a big Blue Jay fan, Taku. I see the hat on. You've got the City Connect shirt on. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. That's your favorite player?
Yeah.
Yeah? Here's the 1-2 pitch from Berrios. And a swing and a miss. And Leody Taveras sits down. There's one away. Why do you like Vladdy? Why is he your favorite player?
Because he's a really good player.
It's a perfect reason to like the guy.
That is a great answer.
Yep.
Can't disagree with that.
Marcus Semien comes up now for Texas. The former Blue Jay. He got on base to start this ball game, but ultimately was stranded and did not score. First pitch from Berrios. No good. It's a ball and a 1-0 count. Is this your first game of the year, or have you been to another Blue Jay game?
I've been to another Blue Jay game, but not this year.
Not this year. So this is your first one. Well, this is a big deal then.
Where are you from, Taku?
Guelph.
Oh, nice. West GTA.
There you go. And that pitch in for a strike. The sinker good to even the count at 1-1. Do you play baseball in Guelph?
Yes.
You do. Do you know your team's name? Do you guys have a name, or is it just in like a house league in Guelph?
It's the same team as the other team.
Okay.
What color are your jerseys?
Yellow.
Nice. It's a good color.
Berrios now down in the count 2-1 to Simeon. Swing and a miss on that pitch right there. The slurve got him, and now 2-2. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and that one skipped down in the dirt a little bit. It pushes the count to full. Toronto leading 3-0 here in the top of the third inning.
I tell you what, Eric, I am excited to hear Taku's voice.
Yeah, Corey Seager is coming up next, I think. That's going to be a good one. I can't wait to hear it. The 3-2, and it's fouled off straight back into the net, down low by Marcus Simeon. We'll do it again at 3-2.
The suspense is killing me.
Do you have a favorite position when you play baseball?
No.
No? So you like playing everywhere?
Yes, I play every position.
I love it.
Not at the same time, though.
Yeah.
At the same time?
No.
The 3-2 pitch. And it's sent out into the hole that was left there. Spencer Horowitz was towards second base, and it's a base hit for Marcus Simeon. Can you give us who's coming up to the plate?
Up next, number 5, Corey Seager.
I love it.
Yeah, that was great.
Corey Seager brought to the plate by 7-year-old Taku from Guelph. As the Blue Jays lead 3-0 here in the top of the third. There's only one down, and now a man on for Seager. First pitch to Seager outside. It's a ball.
It's a pretty good view from up here, isn't it?
Yeah.
You could stay here for a while.
You can stand up if you want, if it's better for you to see. If you can't see as much, it's up to you.
Do you want to stand up, or do you want to keep sitting down?
I'll keep sitting.
All right. Again, we've got our future announcer with us, a special guest in the booth here in the third inning from Guelph, Taku, who's doing a great job in the booth with us, and he announced the Blue Jays in the bottom half of the second inning, and then he got to slide on over with us. A gorgeous day at Rogers Center on a Sunday afternoon with Toronto leading early 3-0. The pitch from Berrios, the 1-1, no good. It's now 2-1. Do you think you might want to be a broadcaster one day?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Who's your favorite broadcaster?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't listen to broadcasters.
You know why? That's the best thing, because then you get your own style. You won't be influenced by anybody. You just get to be your own man one day. And another base hit for the Rangers as Seager sends one into center. And not even thinking about it was Marcus Simeon as he goes first to third on that hit. And it's now runners on the corners for the Rangers with only one away. Do you have other sports that you like beyond just baseball?
Yeah.
Like?
Soccer.
Okay.
Who's your favorite?
Basketball?
Yeah.
Are you a Raptor fan?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
And the Lakers.
My man. There we go.
You're bi-coastal. I like that.
2 on with only 1 out. Runners on the corners for Texas. As Josh Smith steps in, swings at the first pitch, and it's fouled back into the net, and an 0-1 counts.
Who's your favorite soccer team? Barcelona.
Oh. Brazil.
Okay.
All right.
The 0-1 pitch coming to Josh Smith. Outside, it's now 1-1.
I'm unfortunately a front runner, and I like Manchester United.
Oh.
Don't hate me for that.
My dad likes it, so I can't blame you.
Toronto leading 3-0. The count sits at 1-1 to Smith. Berrios with a quick check over at first. Corey Seager's there. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss from Smith. It's now 1-2. And Chris Berrios in a similar spot in the first inning was able to get out of trouble when Texas was threatening They have yet to put anything on the board, but they're trying to do so again right here.
Yeah, he blew that fastball right by Smith. I would tend to throw a changeup down, maybe induce a ground ball, get a double play here, but he'll probably still go hard here.
Missed high on that pitch. The fastball no good. It's now 2-2.
And that just shows you that Jose Berrios and I have very different arsenals. He throws that 96-mile-an-hour fastball. I would have thrown a changeup right there.
Another quick look over at first. Comes set, gets the sign from Kirk. Looks like they're going inside, and that one fouled off by Smith. Now, has Dad taken you to get any hot dogs or ice cream or anything yet?
He took me to get a hot dog and a giant pretzel.
Nice.
Already? It's only the third inning.
No, before the whole thing.
Before the game even started.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you had to fuel up for your announcing. I get it. I get it. Here's the 2-2 pitch. And he catches him on the strike, came in the back door with the slurve, sits down Smith. There's 2 away.
And like I said earlier, that just wasn't a pitch that was effective over the last 2 starts. That one right there, a beautiful backdoor slurve, catches the corner, catches Josh Smith looking, and he walks slowly back to that Rangers dugout.
So this is your chance. Do you want to say hi to anybody, or I see siblings, or
don't say hi to your dad? He's standing right behind you. We know you want to say hi to him.
It's anybody else? Any friends? Any family? Anybody you want to shout out?
No.
No, nobody.
Yeah.
You just want to have it all to yourself. Okay, that's all right.
That's kind of an Eric Smith answer right there. Wants it all to himself.
Yep. I'm not the one that talked over the kid last inning. Okay.
Hey, look where he is now. He's having a great time.
Worked out well for 7-year-old Taku from Guelph, who's joined us in the booth here for the top half of the third inning.
Who's batting next?
Walt Langford.
Yeah, Wyatt Langford. And he fouls off the first pitch. What's up?
Up to bat Wyatt Langford.
All right. It's a powerful voice right there.
We don't have to worry about Texas as much, though, right? We're not Rangers guys. We're here for the Blue Jays, right?
Yeah.
Toronto leading 3-0 here in the top of the third. Runners on the corners for the Rangers. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Berrios. Down in the dirt, it's 1-1.
Right on right changeup. I like that. A lot of depth to that changeup. Wyatt Langford almost offered at it, but didn't quite offer. There's still a big hole on the right side of that infield.
Spencer Horwitz almost behind second base. The 1-1 pitch, it's sent into right field. It's hooking, and it's into the stands. A long foul ball, and now a 1-2 count. Third inning is brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Dieppe and Amherst, New Brunswick. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com, Canada's #1 rust protection. And now Alejandro Kirk stepping out in front of the plate, making sure he's got all of his signals right with Berrios and with the Blue Jay infield, as Toronto is trying to get out of some trouble here again in the third, leading 3-0. They were able to escape unscathed in the first and trying to do so again right here. The 1-2 pitch from Berrios. Outside, 2-2. When you say you play all the positions, have you been able to be a catcher yet and put on all the equipment?
No.
Not yet?
I'm playing 3-pitch.
Okay. 3-pitch. I like that. You can clap, man. Get on. Rally on. Be a part of this. Getting set for the 2-2. Berrios, the leg kick and the delivery. And that looked pretty good, but just a little bit too low. The count now full.
And again, Alejandro Kirk doing a good job trying to steal that strike. Got underneath that pitch and made it look better than it actually was. It was a slurve below the strike zone. He's so good at framing pitches.
The 3-2 pitch. It's sent into left field, and getting to it and making the grab is Dalton Varsho as Taku cheers on in the background. Thanks for joining us, man.
Thank you, Taku.
We appreciate you coming by. There is 7-year-old Taku from Guelph as the Jays go to the bottom half of the third, leading 3-0
You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The 2024 Training Camp Tour is here.
Focus on the football, fellas. Focus, focus.
And SiriusXM NFL Radio brings you down to the field for an all-access pass to your favorite team.
You do your best to put yourself in position to get the result you want.
Everything you need to get ready for the season, with updates on position battles and exclusive interviews from all 32 teams. Hear every stop of the 2024 Training Camp Tour on NFL Radio Channel 88 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
Are you regretting eating that gas station hot dog? Yeah, we know. We've been there too. This is a message for baseball fans like you. Did you know that you get a channel that's talking baseball 24/7 as part of your SiriusXM subscription?
What?
Our lineup includes shows hosted by former big leaguers and executives. Plus, you'll hear from 17 managers each week. MLB Network Radio is on SiriusXM Channel 89, or just search MLB Network Radio on the SXM app. SiriusXM Sports. We're more than just a game.
If you love golf, then you should never turn off SiriusXM PGA Tour Radio. Our hosts have the best takes.
Tiger's impact on the game of golf, aside from how good he was at it, was something that I don't think we'll ever see again.
Talk to the biggest guests.
Scotty, you've had a year to celebrate.
This year, I've just seen a lot of good results.
And can even help you with your own game.
Take the club and at address, open it up.
It's all golf, all the time. On SiriusXM PGA Tour Radio, Channel 92 in the car, and on the SiriusXM app.
In season or out of season, the number one place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Getting set to start the bottom half of the third inning. Blue Jays leading 3-0. And stepping in, Ernie Clement, first batter of this home half of the inning for Toronto. First pitch from Jonathan Hernandez inside, and a 1-0 count to Clement. Toronto with 3 runs in the first inning and still leading 3-0. Second pitch, a slider, came in for a strike. It's now 1-1. Clement rips one to third. Josh Smith scoops it up, throws across the field to Nathaniel Lowe. There's one down. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you in the Timbermart broadcast booth. When it comes to home improvements, Timbermart has the expert advice and the right products at the right price, so you won't find yourself left out in left field on your next DIY project. Game on, home team. Timbermart, Canada's building center. One down here in the third, as Clement just grounded out, brings up Vladimir Guerrero Jr. And the first pitch, no good. It's a sinker and a 1-0 count. Vladdy with a sac fly in his first at-bat, cashed in the first Blue Jay run. Then Dalton Varsho had a 2-run shot, and that is the 3-0 Toronto lead. Vladdy gives one a pretty good ride to right field, opposite field, and up and over the wall, it's gone. Vladdy continues to swing a hot stick, and the Blue Jays lead 4-0.
Well, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. got just enough of that ball, that slider from Hernandez, and hit it into the bullpen in right field for his 19th home run of the season. Who would have thought that in April and May, that he would have 19 home runs in July?
The exit velo just under 104. It went 365 feet into that Rangers bullpen. And the first pitch to Justin Turner fouled off, an 0-1 count. Toronto now up 4-0.
And Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is now hitting .303.
Who would have thought that back in April?
Great season for that guy.
Justin Turner now even the count at 1-1. As Hernandez missed moments ago with the changeup. Turner swinging at the next pitch, fouls it off down the first base side, about a row or two above the Rangers dugout. And now Turner down on the count 1-2. He's checking his bat, making sure that thing didn't crack. He's examining it quite a bit and then reaches down and actually taps it onto the turf to make sure everything's still intact. Turner, his name coming up in the rumor mill, the speculation as to whether or not he might still be in a Blue Jay uniform in a couple of days. He dribbles one hard into the turf, down to third, trying to make a one-hand grab, but unable to do so is third baseman Josh Smith, and Turner is on with a little excuse me infield single.
Well, you said it right. That was a dribbler down that third base side. Josh Smith having all kinds of trouble with it, trying to barehand it. Didn't come up with it. And Justin Turner is on first base with a single here.
And Hernandez looks like he's heading out. Indeed he is. Jonathan Hernandez, his day is done. He was put into an emergency start situation. He came in and threw 36 pitches, gave up 4 runs, and he will exit this ball game in the bottom of the third inning. We'll get the pitching change cleaned up in a moment and then get you back to the action, but first we send it over to host Joe Ali.
Thank you very much, Eric. Before we check the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Don't forget, we do have Jays Talk today. Nick Ashbourne and I are here at the Rogers Center. He and I have the post-game show after the final out. We'll take your calls and your texts. I will throw out the numbers for everyone to call after the final out. You guys know the drill. You can also text us anytime. 590-590, name and location, standard message, and data rates may apply. All right, let's check the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Let's get through some of the trades that happened today in case you guys missed it. The Rays continuing their sell-off. They traded away Randy Arozarena and Zach Eflin this week. Today they sent reliever Jason Adam to the Padres. San Diego sending back a trio of prospects. Right-handed pitcher Dylan Lesko, outfielder Homer Bush Jr., and a third prospect as well. Lesko specifically, one of the higher-ranked pitching prospects in the minors. Last night, the Mets made a move. They acquired outfielder Jesse Winker from the Nationals, though ESPN's Jeff Passan saying that deal is not yet completed thanks to some medicals that still have to be completed. And if you missed this yesterday, Jazz Chisholm Jr. off to the Big Apple. The Marlins trading the former All-Star and cover athlete of MLB The Show to the Yankees last night for 3 prospects. Miami getting back Agustin Ramirez, Jared Cerna, and Abraham Ramirez. Agustin Ramirez immediately becomes the number 4 ranked prospect for Miami. On the Olympics, don't forget the women's soccer team, despite the penalties handed out from DroneGate, they will take on one of the top sides of the Olympics in the host nation, France. That game starts in less than half an hour, 3 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Pacific. Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Back to the action. Here's Eric Smith and Chris LaRue.
All right, thanks very much, Joe. Jacob Latz, the lefty, into the ballgame now for Texas. And the first pitch to Dalton Varsho. The slider, no good. It's a 1-0 count. Getting images from our Sportsnet TV friends of Vladimir Guerrero Jr. having a nice conversation with Edwin Encarnacion down in the Blue Jay dugout after Vladdy just had a solo shot a couple of batters ago. Justin Turner down on first base. 1 out here in the bottom of the third with Toronto leading 4-0. Varsho had a 2-run homer in his first at-bat. Now ahead in the count, 2-0. Here's the pitch. And Latz misses again. It's now 3-0 to Varsho.
To put things in perspective, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is now sitting 6th in the American League in average. 6th. Do you want to hear the list? Or
yes.
Do you care?
Oh, I care. I absolutely care. The 3-0 delivery to Varsho. In for a strike on the fastball, clocked at 94.
I'll go from number 5 to number 1. Jose Altuve, Juan Soto, Aaron Judge, Stephen Kwan, Bobby Witt Jr., who's hitting .342. It's a pretty good list.
That's a great list to be on. The 3-1 pitch. And missing outside. And the free pass issued to Dalton Varsho. So now first and second with only 1 out. And Mike Maddox heads out to the mound for a quick chat with Jacob Latz, who just came into the ballgame.
I'm wondering what this conversation could be about. Jacob Latz is pitching pretty well this season, 2-3 with a 3.55 ERA in 43 games. Maybe Mike Maddox just saw something that he didn't like, a little bit amped up perhaps in this situation with runners on base, trying to calm the youngster down.
Alejandro Kirk steps in. Kirk flew it to right field in his first at-bat. But he's got two on for him right now with one of them in scoring position. Turner out at second, Varsho at first. And, of course, Kirk will be much busier going forward after Danny Jansen was traded to Boston yesterday by the Blue Jays. Here's the pitch on the 1-0 to Kirk. A swing and a miss as he swung right through that changeup. It's now 1-1.
A huge swing.
Did I say swang?
Oh, you're Southern today. Got a little twang.
Yeah, you want me to put on my Southern my Southern accent? The 1-1 now to Kirk. That one down low. It's 2-1. Four 4-0 Blue Jays. Bottom of the third. A quick look at second. And the delivery fouled off up and over the netting into the second deck here by Kirk. It's now 2-2. You know, I'm looking up at the upper deck here, Chris. If it's not a sellout today, it's darn close. Like, we're over 40,000 today for sure.
I mean, I was going to ask you earlier, but do you think this is the most perfect day weather-wise that we've had this season so far?
I think so, because it's hot but not humid.
Yeah.
I mean, we're also in a shady booth, not baking in the sun. Kirk gets one high in the air into the sunshine, shading his eyes with his hand, then making the grab is first baseman Nathaniel Lowe. And there's now two away.
That sun is pretty tough right now. You can see Nathaniel Lowe shading his eyes with that bare right hand, saying, I got it, I got it. Making the play with the sunglasses on. That sun is really tough right now.
Brings up Addison Barger, who had a base hit to right field in his first at-bat last inning. And he'd certainly love to get a hold of another one right here. Justin Turner out at second. Jays would love to cash in another one, and they might right here. In fact, they will. Turner around third. He will score. Barger on his horse into second. And Dalton Varsho all the way around from first to score. Barger just cashed in two. And the Blue Jays have opened up a 6-0 lead.
Well, I'd like to see the exit velo on that ball. That ball was smoked into right center by Addison Barger, cashing in 2 runs. The low line drive was hit so hard that it split the outfield. That's a good swing right there. And he's 2 for 2 in this ball game.
Ask and you shall receive. What do you think it was? Without looking. Don't cheat.
110.
Did you look?
No. What was it?
110.7.
Wow.
And a great catch out at second base. First pitch swinging was Kevin Kiermaier. He tried to loop in a little line drive, but Semien got back on the grass and had a little hop and a skip jump to make the grab and retire the Jays. But they do indeed put more on the board. In fact, 3 this inning. They now lead 6-0 going to the 4th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
2 professional IndyCar drivers hop on a microphone and chit-chat twice a week. What do you call that?
Is it a podcast?
It is indeed, Alex.
James, can we just do our regular promo intro, please?
Just trying to be cool and have fun with it.
Well, you're not cool or fun.
Fine. Hi, everybody. I'm James Hinchcliffe.
And I'm Alexander Rossi.
And we're the hosts of Off Track with Hinch and Rossi, a Sirius XM podcast. If you want to hear more of us agreeing and disagreeing on all things related and unrelated to IndyCar, tune in every Tuesday and Thursday. You won't want to miss it.
Listen to Off Track now wherever you get your podcasts.
Every night after the final out, the Round Trip Roundup brings you the scores, highlights, and analysis from every game across Major League Baseball, all in less than 30 minutes.
Swung on and missed strike 3 and a no-hitter.
It's the perfect way to get caught up on all the night's biggest home runs and best performances.
And a high drive, deep right center.
It's the Round Trip Roundup on MLB Network Radio every night on SiriusXM Channel 89 and every morning on the SiriusXM app.
The NFL Radio Training Camp Tour is here.
The process with all our players is to come out and improve and get better each day.
Nobody gets you ready for the 2024 season like we do.
For the veteran players, they want to see the guy earn the job.
Don't miss analysis from our experts and interviews with head coaches, executives, and players.
We embrace this portion of our journey. We're just here to work and get better.
Hear coverage of the National Football League all year long on NFL Radio Channel 88 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
24/7, 365. Coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back, fourth inning. Blue Jays now leading 6-0. And Jose Berrios with the first pitch in for a strike to Garcia. Got him with the sinker. Here's the 0-1 pitch. And another one good for a strike. Another sinker and a quick 0-2 count.
Jose Berrios has thrown 54 pitches, and we're in the top of the fourth inning. He has walked nobody so far. 10 walks in his last 2 games. This is a big start for him.
And he's trying to mow down and sit down Adolis Garcia right here. The 0-2 pitch. It's chopped to third. Scooped up by Ernie Clement. Throws it over to Vladdy at first. There's one down. Fourth inning is presented by Bet365. At Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet, and can even make a bet while the game's still being played. 19 plus. Play responsibly. Ontario only. Nathaniel Lowe, the left-handed bat, steps in right now to face Berrios. Grounded out to third in his first at-bat. And the first baseman takes a strike on the first pitch. A fastball clocked at 93. It's 0-1. Now 1-1. Missing Lowe on the sinker. Berrios spotted a 6-0 lead here in the top of the fourth inning. And he misses on the 1-1. It's now 2-1. Berrios gets the sign from Kirk, the leg kick, the delivery, and it's going to be sent into left field on a little bloop single. Opposite field for Nathaniel Lowe, 1 on with 1 down.
Well, that was just a hanging changeup from Jose Berrios right down the middle. Nathaniel Lowe really didn't get a lot of it, but he got enough of it to drop it in front of Dalton Varsho out in left field.
Brings up Robbie Grossman now for the Rangers. Struck out in his first at-bat. The switch-hitting right fielder for Texas. Batting .236 on the season. And he sends this one into right field on a line drive. It's sinking, but that doesn't matter. On the run and making the grab. The hair was flowing. Addison Barger. There's 2 away.
There's a wild child out there.
I only wish I had those problems.
Well, you could. You just have to wear a hat.
Yeah, and a wig.
No.
2 down now. As Jonah Heim steps in. Another switch hitter for the Rangers, batting from the left side against the righty Berrios. With Lowe at first, the first pitch in for a strike on the fastball, 0-1. A quick look over at first. Berrios fires, and this one is sent opposite field. Another line drive, but on the run and making the grab with ease, Dalton Varsho. And that will do it for the Rangers. They strand 1. Blue Jays up 6-0 as we head to the bottom half of the fourth. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center,
streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. Visit timbermart.ca.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's Building Center. Visit timbermart.ca.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. He gets Verdugo for his 7th strikeout.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Fourth inning, Blue Jays leading 6-0. And Leo Jimenez will start things off for the Blue Jays. Flew it to center field in his first at-bat. His first look at Jacob Latz, the lefty reliever for the Rangers. Misses on the first pitch, a fastball at 95. It's a 1-0 count. Back with a strike on a changeup. It's 1-1. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue in the Timber Mart broadcast booth on a beautiful Sunday, and so far it's turning out to be a great day for the Jays and their fans. A 6-0 Toronto lead as they try to sweep the Rangers. Swing and a miss from Leo. It's now 1-2. Batting .262 on the season. Latz gets set with the 1-2 pitch. Fouled off by Jimenez. Stays at 1-2.
Well, the most impressive things when you think about Leo Jimenez, it's not necessarily the numbers. I think it's just the approach. It's the defense. It's kind of the full package. He's going to be a good one.
The 1-2 pitch outside. It's 2-2. Do
you want me to guess the attendance?
Sure.
All right.
I'm gonna throw down a number as well.
Well, we did it yesterday, so I figured you want to hear another guess today.
Yesterday you were off by about 1,800 or something. It was a darn good guess.
But I was over, so you didn't give it to me.
Yeah, Price is Right rules. 100% it's over 40 today. There are not a lot of empty seats in the upper deck. I'm even looking out into the TD Park Social and the Corona rooftop patio.
Well, I don't know if you've noticed, but that's always packed.
Especially the Corona section.
It's a good place to be.
The 2-2 no good on another curveball. That one missing. It's now 3-2 as Leo tries to get on here. Swing and a foul off back into the netting. We'll do it again at 3-2.
Good battle from Leo here, fouling off a tough fastball. That was 96 at the top of the zone, just getting enough of it to stay alive.
Latz stares in with the delivery. Jimenez sends it out to short. It's scooped up by Seager, throws over to first, records the out, and there's 2 away. Check that, 1 away. Getting ahead of myself. Hopefully that wasn't a premonition. What's capacity now here? I know I'm the new guy. I should know this, but after the Renos, is it like 45 something? Am I wrong? 39. Can't be. It's over 40 today. Come on. Show, really? It's under 40?
Just text Mark Shapiro.
Yeah, I've got him on speed.
He took away
Hold
about
on.
5,000 seats.
Is it really? Well, I guess it's not over 40 then. Neither of you wanted to correct me when I've said it's over 40 like 3 times in the last 10 minutes?
I'm just ignoring you.
Or you're not listening. So it's kind of like I'm being at home right now. Spencer Horwitz, first pitch, a ball. Second one, he fouls up and over the backstop. Count now even at 1-1.
Do we have an answer? I'm trying to look it up, but I can't find it anywhere.
I think Show's working at it.
A lot of the things I see are the old capacity.
Sounds like there are a couple of numbers. Like it's around 38,000, but then when you factor in the outfield district areas and jamming more people in, it can get around 40. So it's unclear.
You just want to say 40.
I do.
You're obsessed with the 40,000 number.
I feel like on the game we did on Thursday afternoon, that 13-zip debacle, the attendance was over 39,000 that day. I swear that's what... And there looks to be more people in the upper deck for this game than there was on Thursday, which is why I'm leaning towards 40+. This looks like a bigger crowd than Thursday.
But I also think that sometimes the announced attendance is also tickets sold.
Right, and also...
So not necessarily actually attending the game.
The 1-2 pitch to Horwitz outside. It's now 2-2, and the wave is breaking out early in Toronto. It's only the 4th inning, but folks are having a good time with a 6-0 Toronto lead. The 2-2 pitch to Horwitz, down low and in the dirt. It's now 3-2. One down here in the 4th. Toronto up 6. Here's the pitch. Fouled off. Up and over the Blue Jay dugout. Into the second deck. And just to the right of my brother. Literally.
Not me, his actual brother.
Literally. Like 8, maybe 9 people over, I think, in the same row. I don't know why he didn't die for that. And Horwitz bloops one out into shallow center, and back for it is Seager to make the grab. There's 2 away.
And yesterday's starter, Michael Lorenzen, is actually warming up in that Rangers bullpen out in right field. He threw 2/3 of an inning, gave up 5 hits, 4 earned runs. That is interesting.
Ernie Clement steps in. Clement had a double in his first at-bat, grounded out to third back in the 3rd inning, 1 for 2 in the ballgame. He scored back in the first as well.
And in those 2/3 innings, Michael Lorenzen threw 40 pitches, and he's going to come back in this ballgame today.
The count now even with Clement at 1-1. And he offered that one either strike either way, according to home plate umpire Roberto Ortiz. It's now 1-2. What do you think the thought process is there from Texas to bring Lorenzen back?
Well, I think that Michael Lorenzen told Bruce Bochy, hey, I want to pitch in this ballgame. I want to forget about yesterday. I want to get that off my mind. I want to pitch 2 or 3 innings in this ball game, pitch well, and feel better about myself going forward. I can almost guarantee that's what happened. Bruce Bochy didn't bring that up to him. It was Michael Lorenzen talking to Mike Maddox and Bruce Bochy.
And what if he gets rocked again?
Tough bananas.
The 1-2 pitch is fouled off by Clement. So we'll do it again at 1-2. Clement batting .265 on the season. And he sends one to center field, but not very deep. Leody Taveras gets underneath it, makes the grab, and retires the Blue Jays side. On to the 5th inning we go. Toronto leading 6-0. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Here's what's happening on Sirius XM Sports.
After visits with the Bears and Saints, the Sirius XM NFL Radio Training Camp Tour is in full swing. Next up, a pair of Monday stops as the crew checks in with the New England Patriots and the Arizona Cardinals. It's on Channel 88, or hear your team's episode anytime on the Sirius XM app.
Sirius XM Sports, wherever you are, your team plays here. It's fantasy football season, because we say it is.
Travis Kelce, touchdown!
From fantasy football strategies to players you need to draft or avoid.
Christian McCaffrey is one of the riskiest #1 overall picks in fantasy football history.
Fantasy Sports Radio is your home to win.
There is no bigger value today than Dak Prescott.
If you're not preparing for the 2024 fantasy football season, you're already losing. Channel 87 and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Wake up! Wake up, everybody!
This is Steve Phillips from the leadoff spot on MLB Network Radio. Join me and former Major League Baseball players Eduardo Perez and Xavier Scruggs as we react to all the latest news and scores across baseball and have plenty of fun along the way.
Steve, you were so right about that.
I don't know if anybody else thinks we're funny, but I think we're funny.
Why are you putting us or we into this?
The leadoff spot, weekdays at 7 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
The Blue Jays are in flight, leading 3-0.
Blue Jays fans, this is Ross Atkins, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball on Sirius XM.
The Sportsnet Radio Network.
The 5th inning is brought to you by Desjardins Financial Group. Desjardins awarded another 150 grants worth $20,000 each to entrepreneurs across Canada. See how Desjardins cheered on small biz at goodsparkgrants.ca.
First pitch swinging and fouling one off down the third base side. Leody Taveras down in the count 0-1. Mr. 5th inning.
You're welcome
Chris
for
LaRue.
That. Goodsparkgrants.ca.
Yes. It was a really well-read promo today, but very, very kind of calm, mellow, real chill vibe to it. I like it.
It is Sunday.
It's a beautiful day at the ballpark, and certainly even more beautiful for Blue Jay fans with a 6-0 lead. And Jose Berrios has pitched extremely well today. No walks, 4 strikeouts, and a shutout thus far as Taveras sends out a hot shot to second, scooped up by Horowitz over to first to record the out. There's one down.
Well, you mentioned the shutout, but thus far, Jose Berrios looks like a completely different guy than he has in his last couple of starts, throwing a lot of strikes. Got that nice tight slurve going, and he looks incredibly confident out there.
Back to the top of the order we go for the Rangers. Marcus Semien steps in. And the first pitch from Berrios catches the outside edge. Clocked at 96, the fastball. An 0-1 count.
96, good life. Started off the plate, broke back over. That's a great pitch from Jose Berrios.
And now Semien gets underneath one, sends it deep into left field. On the track, but not far enough as Varsho gets underneath to make the grab. There's 2 away.
So you didn't let me guess the attendance. We were just trying to figure out the capacity here at Rogers Center. The new capacity, of course.
All right. Go for it. I'm ready with my guess.
All right, I have 39,156.
Okay, I'm still going over 40. I don't care what the internet says.
We don't even know if that's the capacity.
I'm going over 40, so I'm going to go 40,782.
You worked really hard on that.
I was counting. Seager rips the 1-0 down the right field line, foul into the netting, and it's now 1-1.
Seager today, 2 for 2 in the ball game with a couple of singles, looking for more right here. And he's going to send this one into center, but it should be an easy grab for Kiermaier. It's actually traveling a little deeper than anticipated, but he makes the grab on the track to sit down the Rangers. On to the bottom of the 5th we go. Toronto up 6-0. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The biggest names in NASCAR talk are now with SiriusXM.
Hey, this is Danny Hamlin, host of Actions Detrimental, driver of the number 11 Toyota for Joe Gibbs Racing, and co-owner of 2311 Racing. Join me and my co-host Jared Allen every Monday for a recap of each NASCAR race from the driver's seat. We'll break down how my race went and hopefully ending in victory lane.
Hear Actions Detrimental plus every incredible podcast from Dirty Mo Media right now on the SiriusXM app.
Listen to PGA Tour Radio's library of golf originals on the SiriusXM app. Playing with Tiger.
Rule number 1 when playing with Tiger, keep your mouth shut.
Basically destroy Stephen Ames today, 9-8.
Ryder Cup Chronicles, 10-6.
I have a good feeling about this. That's all I'm going to tell you.
Listen to the entire catalog of golf originals. Search PGA Tour Radio Specials on the SiriusXM app.
Blue Jays fans, your manager, Sean Schneider, joins MLB Network Radio every other Wednesday at 11 a.m. Eastern.
Georgie's just been consistent in the clubhouse, consistent with the young guys that have come up. It's been really cool to see him kind of evolve as he gets a little bit older, and it's just been a real steadying presence, through a very unsteady season.
Managers at the mic on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89 and the SiriusXM app.
24/7, 365. Coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
And the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back, Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you, getting set to start the bottom half of the 5th inning. And Michael Lorenzen is indeed in the ballgame right now to start this 5th inning, Chris.
Yeah, like I said last inning, I think that it was his idea. I can only imagine that Bruce Bochy and Mike Maddox wouldn't have brought it up to him. He started the game yesterday. I've never seen this before. He threw 40 pitches in yesterday's game, and he is back in here today with his Vans on. No comment about the Vans?
Oh, we talked about it yesterday. Enough of your Vans, Lorenzen. 0-1 to Vladdy as Lorenzen comes in with a sinker to start things off against Vlad. And a broken bat as Vladdy fouls one off up and over the Rangers dugout into the second, third row. A little fight for the ball down there. Come on, fans, get along. Vladdy down 0-2.
Is that your brother?
No offense to him. I don't have the money either. He doesn't have the money for those seats. He's also one of the smart people in the stands. That's one of the few in the shade in the 200 section. Otherwise, people are getting baked right now from the sun. Vladdy down 0-2. I've got another friend at the ballgame that's sitting about 30 rows deep on the first base side, and he and his wife texted an inning ago and said they're absolutely fried right now. I want to know if they can hang out in the booth. Vladdy rips a deep foul ball up and over the dugout all the way into the second deck, and we'll do it again at 0-2.
Bring them up here. We can interview them too.
Yeah, it's just an open door today. You want to be in the booth next? Call Show Ali.
You can also text in.
Oh yeah. Is it still the back leg line for Show? No? Oh yeah, I forgot. It's the People's text line. All right, the People's Show. I forgot we're working with The Rock. Vladdy grounds out to third, and there's one down here in the bottom of the 5th. Don't you have some work to do here?
The injury report is brought to you by Bergmanis Pereira Personal Injury Lawyers. If life has thrown you a curveball and you're striking out with your insurance company, get ahead of the count and call Bergmanis Pereira Personal Injury Lawyers. You focus on getting better, and Bergmanis Pereira will take care of the rest. Visit bplawyers.ca.
Justin Turner swings and fouls off the first pitch from Lorenzen. 0-1 count to Turner. And before you jump in, Chris, one of the injury reports we can give right now is most up-to-date in this game. John Gray, who was supposed to start today for the Rangers, came out to warm up. He was in the bullpen, came out to the mound. We were just about to start. Spencer Horwitz was already announced, and before the game even began in the bottom half of the inning, Gray walked off the mound, and that was it. And we got word that it was a right groin strain, so he did not start this ballgame, and that brought Jonathan Hernandez in, and we have seen Jacob Latz and now Michael Lorenzen since.
There's a lot of weird things happening in this ballgame. Michael Lorenzen, yesterday's starter, is now pitching in this ballgame. John Gray came out even before throwing a pitch. A lot of weird things.
And now Turner skies one out into right center, and coming over to make the grab is center fielder Leody Taveras. There's 2 away.
Well, let's take a look at Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, who officially began his rehab assignment. He went 1 for 3 and played third base in AAA in Buffalo on Saturday. He's expected to take a DH day today, maybe play some shortstop, but he could be ready to join the Blue Jays at some point during their upcoming series against the Baltimore Orioles.
And again, that's 4 against Baltimore this week with the doubleheader tomorrow, and then games on Tuesday and Wednesday. Before then, the Blue Jays head on to New York to face the Yankees for 3.
And we were talking about where he was going to play, where Leo Jimenez was going to play. And I think John Schneider said that when Isaiah Kiner-Falefa returns, he'll share some of the shortstop duties, and Leo Jimenez will take over for the rest of the time, and IKF will play a lot of third base.
Dalton Varsho steps in and quickly gets ahead in the count, 3-0. A changeup, a fastball, a cutter, all from Lorenzen, no good, but he comes back now with a fastball, a four-seamer, good for a strike. Varsho taking the whole way, now 3-1. And now Varsho rips one towards center on a line, but back a couple of steps, turning and making the grab, Leody Taveras, and that will do it for the Jays. On to the 6th inning we go. Jays leading 6-0. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We're 2menintruck.ca. We've got lots of men and lots of trucks, so get ready to be moved.
Think 2menintruck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2menintruck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2menintruck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
I am by your side. Got a heart so big, on this you can rely. No mountains too tall for the strong boots to climb. I am by your side.
That was Desjardins Insurance, playing insurance with a heart so big it shows. Tune in for your auto and home coverage at desjardins.com/heart.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. He keeps this game tied
on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
6th inning is brought to you by Desjardins Financial Group. Desjardins is a big fan of small biz. That's why they awarded another $3 million to small business owners across the country. See how Desjardins cheered on small biz this year at goodsparkgrants.ca. First pitch swinging. Josh Smith fouls off the sinker from Jose Berrios up and over the Blue Jay dugout. Count sits at 0-1. Fouls off the next pitch, straight back into the netting quickly, 0-2.
We've got word.
The official attendance today, although if we're still playing by my Price is Right rules, I lose because I went over, but it was over 40,000, so take that, Internet. 40,052.
We are, in fact,
a
not
sellout
playing.
crowd.
We are not playing the Price is Right rules, so I'll give it to you.
I was off by only 700. I mean, that's like some guru stuff. 0-2 pitch coming to Smith, and he fouls off another one to stay alive.
Eric Smith just tooting his own horn here.
Toot, toot. What a great crowd. What a great day thus far. Keep it rolling if you're the Blue Jays. 6-0. Top 6. 0-2 pitch. And another one fouled off as Josh Smith continues to battle here against Jose Berrios.
He has thrown a ton of great back foot sliders. That one right there. Josh Smith just getting a piece of it, fouling it back, but he's thrown a lot of those good pitches today.
And a pretty decent pitch right there from Berrios, just missing. A little bit high, a little bit outside on a sinker at 95. It's a 1-2 count. Now 2-2. Missed on the changeup. Berrios tried to come inside, and Smith turned on it, sent it to right field, but on the run, making the grab and making it look easy. Addison Barger, there's one away.
You could tell Addison Barger was fighting the sun directly in his eyes. He has those sunglasses on. Maybe overran it just a little bit, but makes the out.
If he can start swinging and hitting the ball around like he did in the minors, like this is a guy that I could see being a big-time fixture for this team going forward.
Well, he's got a ton of power. He's shown that in the minor leagues and batting practice. I think he just has to put it all together, not try to do too much. I find that he does that a little bit too much, trying to put too much pressure on himself. But I tell you what, I like what I've seen so far when things go well for him.
Where's the best spot for him if he were to be a regular guy? Because we've seen him in left, at third, in right. Swinging is Langford, sending one deep into right center. Jumping at the wall, crashing into the wall is Kevin Kiermaier. He's unable to come up with the ball, and he is down and in pain. I mean, he went right out for it, folks, and went crashing into the wall and immediately came down and was rolling on his back, and he is in a lot of pain right now. He is now up on his feet. The training staff running out to center to tend to him. Kiermaier is kind of walking it off right now. That was a heck of an effort. And I've got to assume, I'm going to put on my white lab coat, that might be a tweak to the back or something, because the way that Kiermaier went flying in and he immediately reached around to his lower back as he rolled onto his backside before standing up gingerly, and now he's hunched over and kind of stretching out. And John Schneider has run all the way out to center field as well to have a quick word with his veteran center fielder.
Yeah, the way they're pointing at that lower back, the way he's trying to stretch, you could tell he did something to that lower back. I initially thought that he might have just gotten the wind knocked out of him. He went slamming into that TD sign out there in right field. You got to give it to him, though. This guy goes 100% every play out there in center field.
Stuart Burrowa down in the Blue Jay dugout is grabbing his glove. And I'm not sure if Burrowa is going to be coming in. I think Kiermaier wants to stay out there. And the fans appreciate the effort from Kevin Kiermaier. Again, there's speculation. Again, just speculation, folks, that could this be maybe, possibly, his last home game? if the Blue Jays were to make some sort of a deal or maybe even release Kiermaier at some point in the next 24 to 48 hours. He wants to stay out there. He looks like he's still walking pretty gingerly right now. But back to the action we go. Wyatt Langford now standing on second after that double moments ago. And a first pitch well inside on a sinker as Berrios has Adolis Garcia kind of dancing backwards out of the way.
And before that play happened with Kevin Kiermaier out in center field, you'd asked me where I think Addison Barger is best suited in the big leagues. I think right field.
And Garcia didn't like that call, but you'll take it and run if you're a Berrios and Blue Jay fan. It's now 1-1.
I've seen him in left field. He's struggled just a little bit, but I think in right field you don't get the top spin as much from left-handed hitters.
Big cut from Garcia. It's 1-2.
And I think it's easier to play right field. He has that big arm. We've seen that. Even on that last play, he picked up that ball when Kiermaier slammed into the wall. He picked that ball up and almost threw the runner out at second base.
Swing and a miss. Garcia sits down. Huge strikeout for Berrios.
But I think that he's most comfortable in right field. He looks the most comfortable in right field. And let's be honest, he just needs to swing the bat.
So let me ask you this. I'm assuming we haven't seen enough to make him the everyday guy, but could you envision if he played with more regularity next year, would Springer go to left to put Barger then in right? We're only seeing that today because Springer's getting the day off, but could you have George in left on a regular basis? Or would you want that?
I definitely wouldn't want that. I would miss Springer in right. Obviously, if Kevin Kiermaier is not in the mix, you move Varsho over to center field, and then that opens up left field. But I also like Davis Schneider in left field. I honestly don't know where Addison Barger would fit into those outfield plans, at least defensively.
Nathaniel Lowe fouls off the first pitch, tried taking the second, but he offered too far. They check down at third, and third base umpire Mark Ripperger says, yep, that was a strike. It's an 0-2 count. Berrios trying to get out of the inning again. Keep this shutout intact. The 0-2 pitch down in the dirt. Nice block there by Alejandro Kirk. It's 1-2. Out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by the St. Louis Bar and Grill. Cleveland and Philadelphia tied 3-3, bottom of the sixth. Bottom six, Atlanta on top of the Mets, 4-0. Bottom six, Minnesota leading Detroit 2-0. Top six is where we are, with Toronto on top of Texas, 6-0. The 1-2 pitch coming to Lowe. And he gets a piece of this one, and it's going to bloop into shallow left field, and Texas is on the board as Wyatt Langford comes around to score. It's 6-1 Toronto.
And off the bat, Nathaniel Lowe didn't even think he had hit that ball fair. He kind of thought that he hit that ball into the stands for a second and then realized it was going to be fair and got on his horse to first base. That's a tough break for Jose Berrios, who's pitched very well up until this point.
Brings up Robbie Grossman, the right fielder, the switch hitter, batting from the left side. First pitch from Berrios, good for a strike on the changeup, 0-1. Missing way outside with a slurve. It's now 1-1. Berrios up to 90 pitches now. Top of the sixth. Blue Jays up 6-1. The 1-1 pitch. Good for a strike. Got him with the changeup. It's now 1-2.
Jose Berrios just threw his 91st pitch of the ball game here in the top of the sixth inning with 2 outs.
We saw Kevin Gausman go almost 120 last night in a complete game victory. The 1-2 pitch coming to Robbie Grossman. He rips one down to first,
A nice stab on the grounder by Vladdy, and he gets up a couple of steps over to his left, steps on the bag, and retires the side. But the Rangers do get one. They're now on the board. Blue Jays leading 6-1 going to the bottom of the 6th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Be the most informed player in your fantasy football league by listening to the experts on Fantasy Sports Radio.
I want to thank you guys for making me a better fantasy player.
Hear player rankings, position breakdowns, and expert drafts.
There is no bigger value today than Dak Prescott.
Going deep down the right side, got a man, caught, touchdown Cowboys!
The road to a fantasy football championship begins with Fantasy Sports Radio. Channel 87 in the car and on the all-new Sirius XM app. Are you regretting eating that gas station hot dog? Yeah, we know. We've been there too. This is a message for baseball fans like you. Did you know that you get a channel that's talking baseball 24/7 as part of your Sirius XM subscription?
What?
Our lineup includes shows hosted by former big leaguers and executives. Plus, you'll hear from 17 managers each week. MLB Network Radio is on Sirius XM Channel 89. Or just search MLB Network Radio on the SXM app. Sirius XM Sports. We're more than just a game.
Hello, Blue Jay fans. I'm Craig Ballard, host of your daily Locked On Blue Jays podcast. Locked On Blue Jays is part of the Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day. Locked On Blue Jays brings you the latest Blue Jays news and analysis and breaks down all of the action. Locked On Blue Jays is everything a Blue Jays fan could want, all in a 30-minute daily podcast. Download Locked On Blue Jays right now on the SXM app, available with all trials and popular plans, or wherever you get your podcasts. Search Locked On Blue Jays.
In season or out of season, the number one place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Welcome back, bottom of the 6th inning. Blue Jays leading 6-1. Alejandro Kirk to lead things off for Toronto. First pitch swinging, and a foul ball down the first base side toward the right field side, about 10, 15 rows deep. 0-1 count. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue in the Timbermart broadcast booth. 3:25 Eastern Time. We're just shy of 2 hours into this ball game, and it's been a great afternoon for Blue Jay fans, with Toronto holding down a 5-run lead right now. A called strike a moment ago on the sinker from Lorenzen. Michael Lorenzen battling right now against Alejandro Kirk. Fouls another one off down the first base side. Count stays at 0-2.
And we were wondering if Jose Berrios was going to continue on in this ball game up to 92 pitches. There's nobody warming up in that Blue Jays bullpen.
The 0-2 pitch no good on a sinker. It's now 1-2. Kirk 0 for 2 today. Trying to change that right here and see if he can get on to start this inning. Kirk batting .226 on the season. And there it is. He does indeed get his first hit of the day. A base hit to right field for Alejandro Kirk.
Well, he shoots that hole on the right side so often. Marcus Semien was shaded towards second base. The Rangers were giving him that right side, and Alejandro Kirk just takes it, shoots that ball through the hole over there, and he's now 1 for 3. Swinging the bat pretty well the last couple days.
Addison Barger has swung the bat very well today as well. 2 for 2 in the ball game. Wants to keep it going right here. First pitch in from Lorenzen. Good for a strike on the changeup. An 0-1 count to Barger. A single and a double with 2 runs batted in. The 0-1 pitch inside. Way inside. 1-1. And now missing outside, it's 2-1. Would you call that hockey hair for Addison Barger?
I don't think I've ever seen him with his hat off, so I don't know what it looks like on top. Might just be a mullet.
He fouls off the pitch down the first base side. It's now 2-2. Well, I ask because if you arrive early to the ballpark on Wednesday, August 7th, the Blue Jays are giving the first 15,000 fans an exclusive George Springer replica hockey jersey presented by TD. Celebrate Springer's passion for hockey and secure your ticket today by visiting bluejays.com/promotions. Barger sends one out to left center. Back on the track in left field to make the grab is Wyatt Langford. And there's one down.
Well, you call me Mr. Fifth Inning. I am going to call you the king of the Segway. How about that?
I like it. As long as I don't have to look like a nerd and ride around on one of those things they call a Segway. I've never done so. I refuse to. So one down with Kirk at first. And Kevin Kiermaier stepping into the box. So not only staying in the game in center field, but staying in the game to continue to play.
I wonder if George Springer had any say in the design of those jerseys.
And Kiermaier says, what back? And Alejandro Kirk's going to turn the corner and go to third. How about Kirk getting on his horse, going first to third on the base hit to right center for Kevin Kiermaier.
Yeah, the most impressive thing about that at-bat wasn't the Kiermaier single. It was Alejandro Kirk going first to third. How many times have we seen that? Not very often.
And many members of the Blue Jay dugout, including George Springer, standing up and smiling and cheering on Alejandro Kirk, waving him to third as he got there standing up. Runners on the corners now. Leo Jimenez sends one out to right field. Kirk tags. He's going to try it, and he's going to score. Texas isn't even going to throw it there. They toss the ball into second base, and it's an RBI sac fly for Leo Jimenez. Kirk in, Blue Jays up 7-1.
Well, I'll tell you what, we don't normally see him going first to third, but how important was that? Scoring on that sac fly right there from Leo Jimenez. If he doesn't go first to third, he doesn't score on that ball. That's how important taking the extra base is.
7-1 Toronto, looking for the sweep of the Texas Rangers this afternoon, and Kirk is on the bench right now getting fanned by Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Top of the order now, Spencer Horwitz, 0 for 2 on the day with a walk. And Kevin Kiermaier is now going to come out of this ballgame. Maybe after finishing in center and then turning on that single, maybe tweak that back again, because he is definitely jogging gingerly to the Blue Jay dugout as Stuart Baroda checks in to run. Kiermaier is definitely not moving well right now.
No, he went slamming into that wall. I don't blame him.
Two out here. And ripping one just foul down the right field line. Spencer Horwitz will trot back into the box. He just missed that one by a foot or two. And I'll tell you, that probably would have been a run with Stuart Baroa checking in. That ball would have got to the corner, I think, and Baroa, with his speed, could have easily come around the bases. Horwitz now down 0-2 in the count. Lorenzen gets the sign, the leg kick, the delivery, and Horwitz sends a line drive to center field, but pretty much straight at Leody Taveras, who makes the grab, and that will do it for the Jays. But they get one in the inning. On to the seventh we go. Toronto leading 7-1. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
We're two men and a truck. So, you're moving to a new home, and all that's left to do is to call a mover you know you can trust. Well, naturally, you think two men and a truck, since you know they have lots of men and lots of trucks. They'll wrap, pack, and move everything you own. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. For a free in-home estimate, call today. We're two men and a truck.
Two men and a truck, the movers who care.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face, come and meet Ace and run base to base. On Junior J Sunday. So many things to do. You can bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Sundays are for Junior J's. Get to the ballpark early to enjoy outdoor activities before continuing the fun inside while you cheer on the Blue Jays.
If you're feeling the song, grab your dad or mom, visit BlueJays.com. Junior J Sunday.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Blue Jays up 3-2 on a wacky play to give Toronto the lead.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Back for the 7th inning, Jose Berrios. He's thrown 92 pitches. He's got a 7-1 lead. And just to keep folks in the loop, Dalton Varsho has slid over from left field to center field with Kevin Kiermaier coming out of the ballgame. Stuart Baroa takes over in left. First pitch is in for a strike on a slurve to Jonah Heim. The left-handed hitting catcher for the Rangers. Swings at the next pitch, sends one on a ride to center field. Back on the track, making the grab is Varsho. There's one away.
Well, that was a good changeup from Jose Berrios. Down and away, Jonah Heim kind of just sticks the bat out. It's a lazy fly ball to deep center field. Dalton Varsho with the easy grab over the right shoulder. So smooth out there with the white sunglasses.
I like it.
I don't know if I like it.
Are those the Pit Vipers? 7-1 Blue Jays, top 7. Another lefty bat. Another one to center field. And another catch for Dalton Varsho. There's 2 away.
And just in case things go awry and that pitch count starts to creep up, Genesis Cabrera is now getting loose in that bullpen in left field.
So Leody Taveras just lined out moments ago. That brings us back to the top of the order now. 4th at bat for Marcus Semien. 1 for 3 on the day. He reached on an error in the first. Singled in the 3rd. And flew it to left field in the 5th. Batting .247 up to date on the season. The first pitch from Berrios. A little bit outside, 1-0 count. Out of town scoreboard brought to you by the St. Louis Bar and Grill. Atlanta now leading the Mets 7-0 in the 7th. Baltimore leading San Diego 6-5, top 6. Back with a strike on a sinker. It's now 1-1. One other score to maybe tell you. Seattle 6-1 over the White Sox. Bottom of the 5th. The White Sox have been horrendous this year, to say the least. I mean, it's the truth, right? There's no way to sugarcoat that thing. When was the last time you looked at their record?
I know they have 27 wins.
27-80. I mean, I think that warrants a horrendous description. Now 2-2. Marcus Semien. Berrios just missed with the slurve. Coming back now on the 2-2. It's chopped to third. Picked up by Clement. Over to first to Vladdy to record the out, and that will do it for the Rangers. On to the bottom of the 7th we go. Toronto leading 7-1. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Lumos. Witches, wizards, and muggles come down to the core as Roger Center transforms into Hogwarts. Harry Potter-themed entertainment and activities around the ballpark.
Wingardium Leviosa.
Magic moments create core memories. So fly down to Roger Center on Friday, August 9th, and get one of 4 Blue Jays Harry Potter Hogwarts House Raglan shirts. Harry Potter Night. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
What's up, insiders? Have you hit that subscribe button yet? Are you an insider? 31,925 of you already are, and we appreciate you growing this amazing, amazing Toronto sports community. If you haven't done so yet, please do hit that subscribe button and help this community get over 32,000 and keep on growing. We're not stopping. Let's head it all the way to the top. We'll see you guys back in the chat. Thanks for being subscribers, aka insiders. We'll see you guys in the chat. Go Jays, go.
On The Bachelorette.
Jen is truly a woman of a man's dreams.
I just feel so hopeful.
But finding the one.
I'm falling for you, and I'm not afraid to say it.
What could go wrong?
Will be easier said than done.
This is all a show to you, bro. You stand no chance.
Do you think you're ready for an engagement? I just don't want to choose the wrong person again.
The Bachelorette. All new Mondays 8, 7 Central on City TV. Or stream it on City TV Plus.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Springer started right, coming in, leaps and makes the catch full stretch.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Rogers Center. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you from the Timbermart broadcast booth. Blue Jays leading 7-1. And Ernie Clement to start things off for Toronto. First pitch, the sweeper. No good, 1-0 count. Back with a strike on a fastball, it's 1-1. Clement 1 for 3 on the afternoon. Doubled and scored back in the first inning. The 1-1 pitch from Michael Lorenzen down in the dirt, it's 2-1. And a nice looking pitch right there on a fastball at 92 evens the count at 2-2. Lorenzen now up to 35 pitches after leaving early in yesterday's contest. He started yesterday and he's back here as a reliever today. Just missed on the 2-2 as Clement has now worked the count to full. And Clement kind of reached out, slapped that one straight back to Lorenzen at the mound. Makes the stab, trots on over to first, then tosses it to Nathaniel Lowe to record the out. There's one away.
You were talking about Michael Lorenzen. He's now thrown 2 1/3, 2 hits, 1 run. Yesterday's ball game, the game that he started, he only threw 2/3 of an inning. Gave up 4 earned runs. So this has to be a feel good for him to come out here and kind of turn the page and forget about yesterday.
He's going to try and take care of business right now against Vladdy as Guerrero jumps on the first pitch, sends a line drive out to right field, and it's pretty much right at Robbie Grossman, who makes the catch, records the out, and there's quickly 2 away. Again, the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by the St. Louis Bar and Grill. Cleveland leading Philadelphia 4-3, bottom 7. Minnesota on top of Detroit 3-0, top 8. It's the Cubs right now leading the Royals 4-3 in the top of the 6, and Milwaukee leading Miami 2-1, top 4. And the first pitch into Justin Turner squirts away from Jonah Heim, the catcher. Turner ahead 1-0. Fouls off the next pitch, it's 1-1. Justin Turner 1 for 3 this afternoon, singled and scored in the third inning. The average on the season, 252. 31 runs batted in for the veteran. Nobody on base for him right now. He'd love to get a little 2-out rally started right here with the Blue Jays leading 7-1 in the bottom of the 7th. The 2-1 pitch. Turner sends it into the hole at short and past shortstop Corey Seager. It is a 2-out base hit for Justin Turner.
Well, that was just a hanging, breaking ball from Lorenzen. Justin Turner was all over it, hitting a good ground ball through that hole on the left side. But it kind of looks to me like Jose Berrios is going to stay in this ball game. They just showed a feed of him, and he doesn't look like a guy who's coming out of this ball game. He looks like he's still pretty, at least ready to come out.
Big cut for Dalton Varsho on the first pitch. Unable to catch up with that cutter. Count sits at 0-1.
We did see Kevin Gausman yesterday throw 118 pitches. Jose Berrios right now is at 100 pitches.
This is like a competition with the starters now or something? I don't know. Have we heard who's pitching tomorrow in the first game? I don't know if that's been made official yet. There was some chatter about Bowden Francis getting a start for at least one of those two games.
I wouldn't mind that.
The 1-1 pitch to Varsho down in the dirt. It's 2-1. 7-1 Toronto. They've got 9 hits this afternoon. They've left only 3 on base. There's one out there right now, Justin Turner at first. Varsho pops one up into the infield. Out to third base. Underneath it, making the grab, Josh Smith to sit down the Blue Jays. They strand one, but lead 7-1. On to the 8th we go. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Baseball's in full swing. Why not experience the excitement of every MLB game on SiriusXM?
Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
It's always a home game when you listen on the all-new SiriusXM app.
100 miles an hour. 11 strikeouts for Skeens.
Get closer to your team with your hometown announcers.
What a man. Paul Skeens. You gotta love it, Pittsburgh.
And hear daily insight and analysis from our team of former players and executives on MLB Network Radio, Channel 89.
You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, original specials, and much, much, much more. All baseball, every day, on your radio. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app. You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball. You love yelling at your buddies about baseball because they love baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, and much, much, much more. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
Ray Hudson here with an important announcement. You can listen to your favourite SiriusXM FC shows on the all-new SiriusXM app, now available for all subscribers.
Back at Rogers Center, Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you, getting set to start the 8th inning. And Jose Berrios is indeed done for the day. And a solid performance, a great performance turned in through 7 innings as Genesis Cabrera now takes over for Toronto.
Yeah, he was great. You really can't say enough good things about what he did today. We knew coming in that he had walked 10 guys in his last 2 games, but he was brilliant today.
The lefty with a first pitch to Corey Seager, who rips one into right field just past the outstretched glove of Spencer Horwitz, and it's a leadoff single for Seager.
Pretty good piece of hitting right there from Corey Seager. Such a good hitter. That fastball at 96 on the outside part. He just gets the barrel to it and hits a line drive past Horwitz. Jose Berrios today, no walks. That's the most important thing.
Josh Smith steps in and fouls off the first pitch. Now down on the count 0-1, and I think that ball hit his foot or his shin. Hit something. He's limping pretty significantly right now.
That actually hit his back thigh.
Huh.
That's a weird one.
Back thigh. All right.
Don't see that every day.
Cabrera with a quick look over at first. Vladdy is not holding on Seager. The 0-1 pitch. And he just fouled it off his knee. And he is down in a heap right now. Smith laying literally on the plate and now struggling just to get up to his knees. Training staff runs out to tend to Smith. We're getting a look at the replay from our Sportsnet TV friends. He fouled that one off directly off his left kneecap.
Well, again, it's rare that you see somebody foul a ball off their back leg, whether it's a lefty or a righty, it doesn't matter. But he just fouled a ball off his back leg back to back, almost in the exact same spot.
That's going to feel even worse in about an hour or two when you're on the plane, let alone tomorrow morning.
Yeah, he'll be having a good meal. I'm sure he won't really mind.
Down 0-2. Smith digs in. Cabrera missing outside, well low. It's now 1-2. Corey Seager at first with the leadoff single. None down here in the 8th inning. Cabrera ahead in the count, 1-2. And Smith gives one a ride to right field and into the stands. What pain. He shows the power on a 2-run shot. And Texas trying to make this interesting. They've cut the Toronto lead to 7-3.
Well, after Josh Smith fouled a ball off his back leg 2 pitches in a row, the next 2 pitches were outside. A lot of the times when you see a guy foul a ball off his leg, off his ankle, something like that, you'll see the pitcher come back inside. And that's exactly what I would have done there. You don't want to make him feel a little bit more comfortable by throwing that pitch to the outside part of the plate. You want to continue to make him feel uncomfortable and continue to throw that ball inside. That was a good swing from Josh Smith on a fastball away.
His 11th home run of the season. First pitch swinging is Wyatt Langford, and it goes right toward the edge of the netting behind the plate. Alejandro Kirk gets back there, makes a tough grab to record the first out of this 8th inning.
He's shown some pretty good athleticism today, taking first to third, scoring on that sac fly, and then making a nice grab there on a foul ball behind home plate.
Adolis Garcia steps in now. 0 for 3 on the day for Garcia. The left on right battle right here with Cabrera dealing to Garcia. A strike on the first pitch. Got him with the sinker, 0-1. One out, none on. 2 runs in. Blue Jays leading 7-3, and now Garcia asks for time, steps out of the box, steps back in, and we'll reset, and here we go. Cabrera on the rubber, gets the sign from Kirk. The 0-1 delivery. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Got him with the changeup. Zach Pop now warming in the Blue Jay bullpen. The 0-2 pitch down in the dirt, no good. It's 1-2. This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership or the Sportsnet Radio Network. The 1-2 pitch down in the dirt. They check down at first, and it was clean. Garcia held back. Count sits at 2-2.
Chopped to third and past the diving Ernie Clement. It's a single for Adolis Garcia.
Not a bad pitch from Cabrera, but Adolis Garcia gets just enough of it to hit a ground ball through that left side. Kind of went down and got it. Bending his knees, hitting a ground ball. And here comes Pete Walker to talk to Cabrera.
Hasn't been a great inning for Cabrera. He gave up a leadoff single to Seager, then a 2-run homer to Smith. He got Wyatt Langford to pop out behind the plate. A snag made by Alejandro Kirk, but now a single for Garcia. And on a day where the Blue Jays were cruising, things have certainly slowed down in this 8th inning. Toronto had a 6-0 lead. Then it was 6-1. They tagged on one more to make it 7-1. They've given up 2 here in the 8th and still lead 7-3, but you don't want to mess around with this thing.
And no, with the departure of Jimmy Garcia, the departure of Nate Pearson, John Schneider's forced to use Zach Pop in what is looking like a relatively high leverage situation in this 8th inning if he comes in this ball game.
Only one down here in the 8th. Nathaniel Lowe steps in. First pitch from Cabrera, left on left battle. It's a strike. Lowe, the first baseman, working on a 2-for-3 day. His average up to 270 on the season. The 0-1 pitch. Down low, 1-1. The 1-1 delivery. Lowe gets underneath it, opposite field. It's creeping over towards the wall, but I think it's going to stay in play. And a tough over-the-shoulder catch for Ernie Clement, who went deep from third into shallow left. Stuart Burrow was coming in, but didn't call off Clement. Ernie stayed with it and made the grab.
Yeah, that was an incredibly tough play for Ernie Clement, a third baseman going all the way out to the outfield. Stuart Burrow probably should have made that play. Would have been an easier play for him, but Ernie Clement with the great play.
Brings up Robbie Grossman. The switch hitter now flips around to the right side for the first time in this ballgame. Facing the lefty Cabrera. First pitch outside, 1-0. Man on first for Texas, 2 down. They've scored 2 in the inning, but they still trail Toronto by 4. 7-3 Blue Jays lead. Grossman 0 for 3 today. Trying to change his fortunes right here. The 1-0 pitch. Swing. Tipped off into the glove of Kirk. 1-1. Way outside, it's now 2-1. If you visit his J shop recently, you'll see that it's come alive with vibrant colors of the City Connect uniform. Represent your team proudly by wearing the Toronto Blue Jays City Connect jersey, hat, and more. Visit J shop at Rogers Center to get your city connected today. And this is going to be a base hit into the left field corner, right down the line. Baroa gets to the ball fairly quickly, which will keep Garcia at third. He goes first to third on the stand-up double for Robbie Grossman, which will now bring Jonah Heim to the plate with 2 down and 2 on, both in scoring position. And John Schneider has seen enough. Cabrera's coming out of this ballgame. With that, we will send it over to Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Eric. And before we check the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill, don't forget we do have Jays Talk today. Nick Ashbourne is here at the Rogers Center with me. He and I have the post-game show after the final out. We'll take your calls and your texts. I will throw out the numbers for you to call after the final out, and you can text us anytime, 590-590. Name and location, the People's Text line always open. Standard message and data rates may apply. All right, let's check the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Lots of trades to get to. We've been talking about them pretty much all day, but a big one coming down the pipeline just maybe about an hour ago. The Rays continuing their sell-off. So we went over Jason Adam to the Padres, Randy Arozarena to the Mariners, Zach Eflin to the Orioles. It continues with Isak Paredes being traded as well. He's being dealt to the Cubs. That's from Jeff Passan. The return includes Christopher Morel and 2 prospects as well. Joel Sherman on the return. Let's check in on the Olympics. Canada earning their first medal of the Games yesterday thanks to Summer McIntosh. She nabbed a silver in the women's 400-meter freestyle. Maggie McNeil, meanwhile, finishing 5th in the women's 100 butterfly final today. Here's something pretty cool. Hamilton native Eleanor Harvey just defeated Italy's Alice Volpi in fencing. She wins a bronze medal. She's the first Canadian ever to win a medal of any color in fencing. So congratulations to Eleanor Harvey from Hamilton. On the soccer pitch, Canada taking on France right now. They trail 1-0 so far. Game's at halftime. Canada is in tough to advance to the next stage given the 6-point deduction. So Canada does really need a win today and against Colombia later in the week if they want to advance, though it would also depend on the third-place teams in other groups as well. A draw or loss would more than likely mean elimination. On the hard court yesterday, the men's national team beat Greece 86-79. RJ Barrett with 23 points. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander with 21. They are 1-0 in Olympic play. Will take on Australia 7:30 a.m. Eastern, 4:30 a.m. Pacific on Tuesday. The women's team gets going against France tomorrow morning, 11:15 a.m. Eastern. Back to the game. Here's Eric Smith.
Thanks very much, Joe. Zach Pop in for the Blue Jays, trying to get out of this 8th inning as Texas is trying to mount a comeback here. They trailed 7-1. They have scored 2 in this inning to cut it to 7-3, but they've got 2 on at second and third with 2 down. First pitch fouled off by Jonah Heim. The switch-hitting catcher batting from the left side against the righty, Pop. A massive lead for Garcia at third, as Ernie Clement is essentially out at the shortstop position. Garcia is way down the line. He's a good 30 feet or more. In fact, he's halfway down the line right now. And it's slapped to Clement, perfectly positioned, scoops up the grounder, and throws out Heim at first, and the Jays get out of it and give up only 2. Heading to the bottom of the 8th, leading 7-3. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. Visit timbermart.ca.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between pizza and inflation. First to the plate, with over 2 million sold, it's Fixed Rate Pizza, a hot and fresh extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for Fixed Rate Pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca. Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's Building Center. Visit timbermart.ca.
I am by your side. Got a heart so big. On this you can rely. No mountains too tall for the strong boots to climb. I am by your side.
That was Desjardins Insurance, playing insurance with a heart so big it shows. Tune in for your auto and home coverage at desjardins.com/heart.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
That ball is gone. Third home run in 4 batters for the Blue Jays.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you in the Timber Mart broadcast booth. In the bottom of the 8th inning, Alejandro Kirk will lead things off with the Blue Jays leading 7-3. He fouls off the first pitch into the stands. A lot of oohs and ahs. And now Lorenzen will come back ahead in the count, 0-1. Kirk gets a piece of it. It dribbles about 6 feet in front of the plate. Jumping on it is catcher Jonah Heim. Picks it up, throws out Kirk at first. There's one down. One away here in the 8th. Blue Jays leading by 4. Addison Barger will step in, and he has had a solid ball game at the plate and in the field. 2 for 3 on the day. Playing in right field today. An off day for George Springer. Especially important with the doubleheader tomorrow in Baltimore. First game starting just after 3 o'clock Eastern. And then what, about 30, maybe 45 minutes in between games before the second one will begin. Barger, broken bat dribbler out to third. He's chugging down the line, and he is thrown out by a step. Two down.
Well, I'll tell you what. That guy goes 110%. Everything he does, he was busting it down the line. Almost beat that out for a single. Josh Smith made a good throw across the diamond, a quick throw, but his bat was absolutely shattered on that swing.
Stuart Baroa in for Kevin Kiermaier. He came in as a pinch runner, then took over in left field as Dalton Varsho slid over to center to cover off where Kiermaier had started. First at-bat of the game for Baroa. Now even in the count at 1-1 as Lorenzen just missed with a changeup. Baroa yesterday had his first career major league hit. A double to right field. He just swung and missed through a fastball, and he's now down in the count 1-2. And Baroa joined us yesterday on our post-game show. I had a chance to chat with him quickly before the ball game, and he was quite thrilled about the chance to chat with Chris LaRue. He said that it was his pleasure to be on with us as he fouls off another one, 1-2.
Did he recognize your voice when you introduced yourself?
Oh, right away. He's like, "You're Eric Smith from the radio, right?" And he had no clue. But he was quite thankful and appreciative. Nice guy to chat with for a couple of minutes. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Baroa sits down, and that will do it for the 8th. On to the 9th we go. Blue Jays leading by 4. 7-3 is the score. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Probably thinking, why do Deadpool and Wolverine have their own Sirius XM channel? This is called press. You have to promote your movie. Deadpool and Wolverine in theaters now. So jump in for some wild music, hardly any sarcasm.
Okay, guys, let's get out there and make a difference.
And an irresponsible amount of, you know, Deadpool and Wolverine Radio. Now for a limited time exclusively in the Sirius XM app. Search Deadpool and Wolverine.
Every night after the final out, the Round Trip Roundup brings you the scores, highlights, and analysis from every game across Major League Baseball, all in less than 30 minutes.
Swung on and missed, strike 3 and a no-hitter.
It's the perfect way to get caught up on all the night's biggest home runs and best performances.
And a high drive, deep right center.
It's the Round Trip Roundup on MLB Network Radio every night on Sirius XM Channel 89 and every morning on the Sirius XM app.
Nothing matches the passion, the excitement, the history-making moments of college sports. My goodness! And nobody takes you inside the greatest campuses and stadiums across the country like Sirius XM College Sports Radio. Listen to all of the play-by-play action, expert analysis, and in-depth interviews with your favorite team. No matter the season, we have something for you. Your home for all things college sports is on Sirius XM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Hi, this is Alexa. Did you know you can listen to this game on devices with Amazon Alexa? Download the Sirius XM app, then tell me to play the Blue Jays on Sirius XM
Radio Network.
Top of the 9th inning. Blue Jays looking to close this one out with a 7-3 lead, hoping to sweep the Rangers. Zach Pop on the mound for Toronto, and the first pitch into Leody Taveras. Missing outside, it's 1-0. The 1-0 is good for a strike. Back with a sinker clocked at 95. even now, 1-1.
This is a big spot for Zach Pop, potentially finishing off this ball game. He's got the stuff. We know that.
The 1-1 pitch. Slapped out towards short. Scooped up. On to first. The Blue Jays record the out. Pretty nifty play there by Leo Jimenez.
And I think that first out, really getting that first out is big for Zach Pop. We've seen him struggle when he gets guys on base, but that first out of an inning really boosts his confidence, gets him going, and I just like his stuff. I really hope that he can get it together mentally.
To the top of the order we go. Marcus Semien cuts at the first one. That should be a strike, yes indeed. 0-1 to Semien. Another sinker locked in at 95 from Pop. So missing a little bit outside on that one. It's now 1-1. And Marcus skies one out toward left field down the line. It's going to make its way into the stands. So a long foul ball. And he's now down in the count, 1-2. One down here in the ninth inning with the Blue Jays leading by 4. The 1-2 pitch outside. It's now 2-2. This game about 2 hours and 40 minutes old. And Blue Jays hoping to send the fans home with a smile, with a sweep. Counts now sitting at 2-2. Pop with the delivery inside near the knees of Semien. It's now full at 3-2.
The Blue Jays defense is shading Semien to the pull side. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is way off the bag at first. Spencer Horwitz is up the middle.
The 3-2 pitch. Foul down in the dirt, dribbling toward the Blue Jay dugout by Semien. We'll do it again at 3-2. And Marcus rips one to short, but another great grab by Leo. Turns, fires to first. What a scoop by Vladdy. 2 down here in the ninth.
Well, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. didn't scoop one earlier on in this ball game, but he made a great play there. Leo Jimenez ranging into the hole on the left side. Makes a great backhand play, and then Vlad with the scoop at first base for out number 2.
Rangers down to their final out. Corey Seager, the lefty, bat against the righty Pop. First pitch swinging, fouls it off toward the on-deck circle into the hands of Josh Smith. 0-1 count.
Did you notice what Vlad did after that scoop?
I didn't, pointing to the gold glove again, eh? The 0-1 pitch. Outside, 1-1. Crowd starting to buzz here, with the Rangers not only down to their final out, but down to their final couple of strikes potentially. It's a 1-1 count to Corey Seager. 3 for 4 on the day. And he pops this one up, and this should do it. Into shallow center, calling off everybody, is Leo Jimenez, as he's in on every out in the ninth. And you can hear the horn blasting in the background. The Toronto Blue Jays sweep the Texas Rangers with a 7-3 win.
Well, a lot of good things happened today for the Toronto Blue Jays, but none better than Jose Berrios. He went 7 innings, only gave up 1 earned run, but the most important thing, like I said before, he walked nobody. In his previous 2 starts, he had walked 10 batters. He was brilliant today.
So Berrios and the Jays got out to a 6-0 lead, led 6-1, then 7-1, and they hold on to win it 7-3 a sweep of the Rangers and some serious momentum going into a 7-game road trip against two American League East opponents, the Orioles and the Yankees. We'll be back with some final stats and thoughts before post-game coverage begins. Again, Toronto winning 7-3. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
We're two men in a truck, the movers who care. You never know when cardiac arrest can happen. That's why each and every one of our trucks carries a life-saving Mikey defibrillator as part of our Mikey on Board program. Whether we're on the highway or in front of your house, we're prepared to help anyone whose heart may skip a beat. The Mikey Network has saved many lives, making Mikeys accessible to the public. And now they're on board our trucks. We're two men in a truck.
Two men and a truck, the movers who care.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face, come and meet Ace and run base to base. On Junior J Sunday. So many things to do. You can bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Sundays are for Junior Jays. Get to the ballpark early to enjoy outdoor activities before continuing the fun inside while you cheer on the Blue Jays.
If you're feeling the song, grab your dad or mom, visit BlueJays.com. Junior J Sunday.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza's big hitter, fixed rate pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for fixed rate pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Middle lane fastball, but he puts it by Cruz. 2 down.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Rogers Center. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you. The Blue Jays beating the Rangers 7-3. And they earned the sweep, a 3-game winning streak for the Blue Jays right now. And lots to talk about from this ballgame in terms of individual performances. But, Chris, as you noted, going into the break, perhaps none better or none more important is maybe the better way of saying it than Jose Berrios. He needed that one.
I think that obviously the Blue Jays needed that one, but I think that Jose Berrios needed that one for personal reasons. He's been struggling for the better part of June and July. And to come out here today, especially after the start that Kevin Gausman had last night, and pitch as well as he did, it must feel good for him. And he's probably going to take that and hopefully continue it on into his next start against the New York Yankees. But it was a good day overall for the Blue Jays. It was a good day, a great day for Jose Berrios. And I just have to mention that Zach Pop got his first career save today.
Nice. So congratulations to Zach Pop. Big day for Addison Barger as well, with a couple of hits and 2 runs batted in. Also 2 runs batted in for Dalton Varsho with another home run. Back-to-back days going for the big shot for Dalton Varsho. A couple of hits for Justin Turner. And Vladimir Guerrero Jr. still batting over 300 at 301. Had a hit today as well and a couple of runs batted in, but his hit was a big one back in the third. Vladdy with a sac fly in his first at-bat, cashed in the first Blue Jay run. Then Dalton Varsho had a 2-run shot, and that is the 3-0 Toronto lead. Vladdy gives one a pretty good ride to right field, opposite field, and up and over the wall, it's gone. Vladdy continues to swing a hot stick, and the Blue Jays lead 4-0.
Well, you heard it from Eric Smith. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is continuing to swing that hot stick. He's 10 for his last 23. And it feels like the home runs just keep coming for him. We were wondering early on in the season if they ever would come, and boy, oh boy, 19 home runs. He's hitting .301 now. He's just a complete player, and we saw a great defensive play in that ninth inning as well for Vlad.
Yeah, he was flashing the leather. Played at third yesterday and had a nice diving stab, then back over to first base today. And hopefully the Blue Jays can keep the good times rolling against the Baltimore Orioles tomorrow. It will be a doubleheader beginning at 3 o'clock Eastern Time. And then the second game will start about 30, maybe 45 minutes after the completion of that first game. And, of course, all the action right here on the Sportsnet Radio Network. The Blue Jays beat the Rangers 7-3 in front of a sellout crowd of 40,052, a game that took 2 hours and 33 minutes. Thanks to everybody involved in the broadcast. Producer Nick Blackmore back at Baseball Central at Master Control. Tristan Marcagiani, and also down here at Rogers Center, the great Tom Young. For Chris LaRue, I'm Eric Smith. Post-game coverage is coming up next with Show Ali and Nick Ashburn. They are up next and taking your phone calls and more. Thanks for tuning in to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
World Series champs to town on Friday, and here we are Sunday afternoon. They bust out the brooms. It's a sweep for the Jays, a 7-3 win here at the Rogers Center.
Yeah, I'm not sure if people still hate the Rangers the way they used to in the kind of 2015, 2016 era, but I'm sure there's some fans who like to see the Blue Jays put a beating on this Texas team.
Oh, yeah. I'm not sure the rivalry was ever, like, beyond the playoffs and the bat flip game, and then certainly, like, Odor punching out Jose Bautista, like that. They seem to play that all the time in Texas, but I'm not sure the rivalry really exists. Like, I don't think that's it almost seems like there are no natural rivals for the Blue Jays outside, of course, of the AL East itself. Like, sometimes rivalries develop elsewhere. I don't think that really exists for Toronto, like, I would say at all. Maybe the Mariners, maybe?
For a while, I thought it might be the Rays when it was Charlie Montoyo and he had come from the Rays, and him and Kevin Cash were friends, and it seemed like they were in the same kind of area of the division. They had that playoff matchup, but it never really materialized, unfortunately.
That is Nick Ashbourne. I'm Show Ali. You're listening to Jays Talk live on the Sportsnet Radio Network. We're also streaming on sportsnet.ca and on the Sportsnet app. You can give us a call, 416-870-0590, 1-888-660-590, star 590 on your cell. You can text us as well, 590-590, name and location. The People's Text line, always open. Standard messaging and data rates may apply. It's kind of hard to talk about this game and not lead, I think, Nick, unless there's something I'm missing something really obvious, but it's hard not to look at Jose Berrios and what he did. We talked a bit about him during the pregame show, and we were having the discussion about two things mainly when it came to what would Berrios look like today, what his control would look like, 10 walks for Berrios over his previous two outings prior to today, and how he would look against lefties. Today we saw the slurve, sinker, four-seamer, cutter, and changeup. The first three of those offerings all largely worked, which is good because he throws them a lot, so he needs them to be on. The slurve all season has been kind of on and off, which is his bread and butter, which is he has actually said that himself before, and we know this. A 40% whiff rate on the slurve today. 28 times he threw it. He threw the sinker a little bit more, 31 times. No whiffs on the sinker, but a 71% strike rate. You mentioned this in the pregame show, but the cutter was something we were looking at. He didn't throw it a lot. I mean, we kind of figured. I think you had said, 60 times he had thrown it all season prior to today. So 5 cutters thrown today, all for strikes. 2 of those 5 were whiffs. So maybe that can be worked in there a little more. I said this. I was curious to see what the changeup would look like. I'm less bullish on the change, Nick, given that I've really seen him hang some of those things, and they just get absolutely banged, but hit to the moon. But at the same time, he did throw it a little bit more, probably because he's a little more comfortable with it. At the same time, it'll be interesting to see how he continues to split the usage between the cutter and the change. But just overall, 7 innings for Berrios, 6 hits, 1 earned run, no walks, 5 strikeouts, 100 pitches thrown, 73 strikes.
The no walks is huge, right? You know, having that 10 walks and 2 prior outings, that's a massive total for a guy like him who generally knows the strike zone very well. And in this game, you know, he had the control, he had the command too. There's a couple moments where he locked up guys like Wyatt Langford in the first and Josh Smith in the third. He got those 2 called strikeouts with pitches right on the corner, and that aspect was really strong. I will say that I think he got a little bit lucky today as well. There were 10 balls hit 100 miles an hour or more against him, and when he left the game, the Rangers had an expected average of 356 on the day. There was a lot of loud outs. I think this could have gone a different way for Jose Berrios, but considering how poor some of his other outings had been coming into this game, this is something he can absolutely build on. Good for the confidence, a good result. And Berrios is one of the few Blue Jays who does kind of figure to be around this team long term. So they really want to see him get back on track, even if it doesn't necessarily pertain to the 2024 standings.
You know, I'm with you on the luck, right? Because when you look at it, even early in the season, when things were going swimmingly for him, and, you know, he had an ERA at what point of this season, over the course of a whole month, he had an ERA of less than 1, essentially. And I know that doesn't tell the whole story, because then you can look at his FIP, for example, and it was a little higher than perhaps you'd want it to be. So I think when you see the ERA that low and a FIP a little higher, I think you feel like, okay, it does tell the story that there is some luck in play here, or he's being helped out by the defense, certainly to a certain extent. But I do wonder, and again, I'm totally with you in that was certainly a part of the story today, because I don't think you just turn it around immediately. But again, he was good today. But really, the 0 walks is what I hone in on, because you look at the lack of control he displayed, Nick, lack of command over the last number of weeks, even. Not even, I know I said 10 walks over the last 2 starts prior to today, but it's not really only that. You know what I mean? It's it was kind of a variety of things dating back to the beginning of May, essentially. So to see no walks, no home runs given up, it was just the 1 earned run. He'd been giving up a lot of long balls today, and I hear you on the luck, certainly, in terms of that aspect. But I think you got to give him some credit, because it kind of felt like there's so many aspects of Berrios' game that could have snowballed, and they had over the last couple of games, and they didn't today. And that's a nice positive step forward. I'm not saying he's fixed or anything, but it's nice to see a glimmer of the Jose Berrios we saw for basically all of 2023.
Keeping the ball in the ballpark was a key. I know that there were some loud outs and some line drives, and there were some plays as outfielders made for him, to be honest, but he's had such a struggle just keeping the ball in the ballpark, which is, a very basic aspect of a pitcher's job, but it's been an enormous problem for him. Whether it's that changeup you mentioned, which has been an inconsistent pitch, he can hang that at times. The slurve can get hung at times as well, and his fastballs are sort of in that good but not great area. He does have an interesting mix of stuff, but he doesn't have that dominant ace stuff where it almost doesn't matter where it's going because it's so hard to hit. He needs to command the ball to be effective. And in this game, he did that fairly well. And as you said, maybe he's not fully, the guy we saw in April or the guy he was at times last season, but he had a great outing today overall. It's hard to quibble too much with the results.
416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. You can text us as well, as usual. 590-590, name and location. The People's text line, always open. Again, standard messaging and data rates may apply. Let's go to the phones, Nick. Let's go to the West Coast. Let's hear from Gary. Gary, how's it going today? What's up?
Is that me?
Yes, sir. What's up with you, Gary? What's on your mind today?
Well, I was talking to your producer, and I kind of I'm not trying to be a downer, but we didn't play anybody. The Rangers, they used to be my favorite team, but they fallen apart. Their pitching is terrible, and they're also below 500. I told your producer that when we play the Baltimore Orioles or the Yankees, who are well above 500, and we win some ball games, and we do we get some home runs, then I would say that the people should come out. But right now, we're 7 games below 500. We're still a mess. I don't care if Berrios got 20 strikeouts. It doesn't matter until
it would matter a little bit if he got 20 strikeouts.
Yeah, he'd be putting his name in the record books.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say to you people, you guys, I'm a 66-year-old adult male, and I've been watching the Blue Jays for years, and they I still, look at you can look at Teoscar Hernandez. He's playing for the Dodgers. We get rid of him. We get rid of, to me, we went from being a really exciting team to this, and sure we won a few games, but not yet. And I'm not a bandwagon person. I'm one of these people that I'm actually a motivational speaker, and I always tell people that until you do something really good, don't talk. Just do your job, and hopefully you'll do better. Right now, the Blue Jays are okay, but until they're going to go into Baltimore, and Baltimore's been playing badly. But if Baltimore gets mad, look out. The Blue Jays will be in trouble. That's all I can say. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thanks, Gary. Appreciate the call, man.
And that is a harsh form of motivational speaking. I have to imagine. It's a really tough love there, honestly.
It's a fair way of putting it. I will say, I think, and we said this yesterday when they won too, right, Nick? I don't think anyone is suddenly going to think, oh, the outlook on the season is changed because they swept the Rangers. I think it's a valid point to say the Rangers are not particularly playing their best baseball. I mean, this is a team that won the World Series last year. They've had a lot of injuries. John Gray, gosh, that was bizarre. He came out of the game before he threw a single pitch, essentially. The Rangers got effectively 2 outs from 2 starting pitchers over yesterday and today when you think about Lorenzen, who oddly pitched in this game too, which was kind of bizarre
itself. You really don't see that often, which they were in desperate straits because they had 2 of their long relievers who had pitched 60-plus pitches in the previous game. It's a very unusual to see that happen, and Lorenzen deserves some credit, but that's kind of beside the point.
No, honestly he does. Can't say I've seen that a lot, when it comes to guys who start a game and are in the bullpen the next game, and it was out of necessity, like you said. But so I think there was certainly an element of luck when the Jays getting to face essentially there was a bullpen day for the Rangers, more or less. But and the Rangers are kind of scuffling. I think there's a good chance that the World Series champions of 2023, the first ever Texas Rangers World Series champions, will be sellers at the deadline. It's very possible. But I think that's a valid observation. But at the same time, I don't think anyone's claiming that they're going to win the World Series now, or not even they're even going to make the playoffs. Nothing in that regard has changed. All I'm saying is you can enjoy fun results, even if the season is still going to end the way you probably thought it would.
Yeah, and where the Blue Jays are at, they should be celebrating any win. Winning against elite teams on a consistent basis, they're many steps below that. And the expectation probably is that they're going to struggle against the Orioles in Baltimore in this upcoming series, because that's, in terms of where the Blue Jays are in their competitive cycle and where the Orioles are a better team. But it also doesn't mean it's a foregone conclusion either. I don't know. I've never been too amenable to the idea that you have to beat really good teams, and if you don't beat really good teams, it doesn't necessarily count. I think a lot of great teams sort of hold their own against other great teams and kind of beat up on the other ones. But as we're talking about now, wins and losses aren't really the thing that's super important for the Blue Jays right now. What's more important, if you talk about this game and the test of this game, it's Berrios going up against a credible lineup that has a bunch of lefties in it. That actually is meaningful, because as bad as the Rangers have been at times this season, much of that is on the pitching side, and there are some pretty good hitters in that lineup.
I think Nathaniel Lowe was the only run of the day, right? It was a Nathaniel Lowe RBI single, only run of the day for the Rangers, of course, which I think is interesting. I mean, he was a lefty, and apart from that, I mean, he acquitted himself, he being Berrios, acquitted himself pretty well against a guy like Corey Seager, Josh Smith, the revenge of Josh Smith, after he he hit himself twice in the same AB with balls off, I think his leg, and then right off his kneecap, and then comes back and smacks a 2-run check off Cabrera. I honestly, that he was even able to do that, I was genuinely impressed, because if that was me, I would just be like, Bruce, I'm going back to dugout. You're going to have to put someone else in here for me.
We saw a lot of toughness in this game, like Kevin Kiermaier having that collision with the wall, and then he came back in the game and he got a hit. He was ultimately pulled from the game, and we got some news afterwards that it was left hip contusion.
Yeah, makes sense.
And he's day to day. So yeah, with that that kind of collision, that's a sort of injury you often see. But yeah, baseball is not always thought of as the sport of the warrior and that kind of toughness you see in hockey or football or whatever. But we saw a couple guys really grit it out in this one.
Yeah, I'll give Kiermaier some credit. I thought he was coming out of the game when he ran into the wall. He stayed in and then gets a hit in the next half inning. So kudos to Kiermaier. He was running pretty gingerly after when they pinch ran for him when Berrios went in. So I kind of wonder if maybe on the swing it kind of aggravated whatever he had kind of got kind of contusion-wise in the outfield when he ran into the wall. But hey, you do hope for the best for Kiermaier, and again, who knows what the future holds for him, right? He might not
be his last game at Rogers Center as a Blue Jay.
Yeah, and he made some good plays over the course of this series, certainly. 416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. Let's go to Whitby. Brian in Whitby joining us here on Jays Talk. Brian, what's up?
Hey guys, I love the show. I just want to say I am kind of excited about next year, to be honest, because we have a nucleus that we can work with. We have Springer. Hopefully he comes back healthy, and the Springer we know. We got Vladdy at first, let's say, Horowitz at second, Dalton Varsho in center. So we got a nucleus there to work with, and I like some of these young kids that have been brought up from Buffalo. They're doing a great job. Ernie Clement and Leo Jimenez. We got a good nucleus to work with, and of course the starting pitching. But my question is, do you guys think that this front office, or whoever the front office will be for next year, will be able to, to go in the off season and sign? We have a lot of holes still, right? Like we need a left fielder, I would think, like a bat. We need a third baseman who can thump as well, and we need another catcher. Do you guys think that that this front office or the other one, whoever comes in running the show, running the team next year, will be able to, fill these positions, these spots for next year? Will they prioritize bats? That's what we need, right?
Yeah,
and a bullpen, of course.
For sure, yes. That's for sure. Thanks, Brian, for the call. I appreciate it. Yeah, the bullpen, I feel like the bullpen is effectively going to be completely remade, or like 90% remade, because Jimmy's no longer on the team. We got to see Cabrera. I got to see Pop today. And Cabrera, I've said before, Nick, that he is in the circle of trust, but I think... apart from today, he's still pitched largely well, so I'm not ready to take him out there yet, but he's still probably on the outer circle of trust. Like, the only guy right in the middle is Chad Green, and who knows if Chad Green's going to be a Blue Jay beyond Tuesday. So if that's the case, you are going to see, like, for better or for worse, you are going to see Zach Pop. He got, 4 outs today? You're going to see guys like Zach Pop pitching in higher leverage. You're going to see guys like Ryan Bird do it. You're probably going to see Brendan Little do it, who we saw over the course of this series. So, that's certainly the answer there. But I think Brian's right. Like that, the entire bullpen for the most part is going to be remade when it comes to getting the ball out of the hands of the starter into the hands of the closer, who I guess right now, probably still is Jordan Romano if you're looking at 2025. I don't think he's going to pitch again this season, mainly because he had the surgery, and then, what's the point of rushing it back, right? Is there a point? Probably not.
There's no incentive to hurry.
So if that's the case, then to the rest of Brian's question, if we can accept that the entire bullpen is going to be remade in the offseason, I would say, for me, the priority, DH is always going to be a priority, right? Because I think Justin Turner's probably not going to be on the team next season. He's playing like a guy who is going to get traded. You know what I mean? He's playing like a guy who other teams are going to say, oh, this guy's heating up. Maybe we could use a bat like that. The Dodgers maybe will be interested in a reunion with their old pal Justin Turner. Who knows? But if Turner's not here next year, probably won't be because he's a little bit older. I would agree that maybe third base is out there. Left field, I would say for sure. I think those are the 3 positions that come to mind. DH, third base, left field. I suppose in theory, depends on what happens with IKF. And the update on IKF, too, if people haven't heard, he did play yesterday. He played third base last night in Buffalo. Went 1 for 3, played 5 innings. We had heard before the weekend that it was the plan for him to play a variety of positions, and there was a chance he rejoins the team in Baltimore on Wednesday. We'll see, right? We'll see if things go well for him. We'll see if he joins the team in Baltimore. He's already in Buffalo. Maybe they just waited out. This is the off day on Thursday. Maybe he just goes from Buffalo to NYC, meets them in the Bronx for the Yankees series. But either way, that's the update on IKF. But in theory, if he doesn't get traded, you could pencil him in at third. You could pencil in Horowitz at second. You could pencil Vladdy in at first. I suppose for the sake of this conversation, Nick, Bo at short, I guess. So if that,
I would say so.
So if that's the case, then what do you think? Left field, DH?
Yeah, I think left field DH, and then probably some other players that you think of as whether they're the full-time third baseman or someone who's going to share time with IKF, who could conceivably also be traded. I mean, there's that caveat goes into a lot of the players right now. You think about the money that's coming off the books with Kiermaier, with Turner, with Kikuchi. Like, you need another starter, you need bullpen pieces, and you probably need at least sort of 2 more or less everyday bats with DH and left field. And conceivably, I don't know, Davis Schneider could get so hot at the end of the season that you think he might be a solution there. One of the young guys could change your mind about how you feel about that. But there's a decent amount of money coming off the books, and I think that there's definitely a possibility for them to go out and get guys to fill these holes. Maybe not all of them with a totally proven above average MLB player. That can get really expensive. It's unlikely they're going to go to next season without any holes. Like, you'll be able to point to the roster and be like, I'm not sure about spot X. I don't know which one that will be. It kind of depends how they handle it. They're not going to go to next year as sort of a locked-in division-winning type of favorite where you look at almost every position and you feel great about it. There'll be some holes or some question marks, but I think they can address quite a few of the issues on the roster in the offseason.
Yeah, I think they have something like $135 in that range $1 million committed to guys like certainly Vladdy, and he's probably going to get paid a little more in arbitration if they don't come to an agreement with him in a long-term deal. But apart from Vladdy, I mean, Gausman, Bassett, Berrios all getting paid lots of money. Springer getting paid lots of money certainly as well. And Chad Green getting paid a decent chunk of change as well. And I'm not criticizing them by any means. It's just you have about that much money committed to about like 8 or 9 players. So if that's the case, then you're building out the rest of the 26-man active roster, and you're certainly going to backfill some of that from the players that exist already when it comes to, like, what's Ernie Clement's role going to be next year? Spencer Horwitz is not getting paid a lot of money. What is Addison Barger's role going to be next year? What is Leo Jimenez's role going to be next year? Certainly those are all valid parts of the equation, but when it comes to the places you can go out and get, I mean, and trades are certainly a part of it as well. You can't discount a trade, but I mean, it's hard to forecast exactly what would be available. So trades aside, I kind of wonder, Nick, like when you look at DH and left field specifically, I almost feel like those are like the easiest spots to fill from. Like, it's much harder to fill at third base where you need a guy who can do Matt Chapman-esque things, and I mean, maybe that's a bad comparison because Matt Chapman's a platinum glover, but you need someone to play well defensively, and Ernie Clement and IKF and these guys have filled that void, I think, pretty admirably, so you probably don't need to go out and get like a several $100 million replacement player at third, but it just seems, relatively speaking, easy to find a power bat you can stick in left, and then DH, I mean, it's the nature of the position, this guy's not going to be on the field, so you can go out and get more or less anyone you want in that sense.
It is a much better position to be in, to be looking for players who do not play these premium defensive positions. I know that at times Blue Jays fans have been frustrated with the emphasis the team has placed on defense, but part of the result of that is that they have guys down the middle. They've got Varsho, they've got a middle infield with Horwitz as a possibility at second, and as long as they hold on to Bo. They have Kirk, who is a viable starter, even if he isn't having the best season. And as you say, you're looking for someone to boost the offense, which has been the problem more or less this season, among multiple problems. Getting someone who is a DH, you can explore players who are a lot older, like they did with Justin Turner, for instance. Getting someone in left field, one of the least demanding defensive positions on the diamond, you can find guys who can hit and play that position. Whereas if you went into the offseason, you're like, what I really need is a starting shortstop and a starting center fielder. It's like, okay, that's really hard to do, because if a guy is a starting caliber shortstop, starting caliber center fielder, their chances are they've been extended by their own clubs. If they're able to hit well and play those positions, now we're talking about superstars. So it's almost impossible to get those guys in trades unless you have incredible high-level prospects. So that's not where the Blue Jays are. They'll be looking for guys at positions where you can get offensively talented guys without having to really target the top of the market. Outside of, I guess, Juan Soto as an example in left field.
Yeah, I mean, like, hey, he's gonna be approached by, like, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say every single team in baseball. Maybe, you know what? Maybe 29 teams in baseball.
I don't see the A's getting in the mix for Soto. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure a lot of those conversations will last about 5 minutes between the agent and the GMs. Like, okay, we're thinking about this. I'm like, all right, no, you're not serious.
416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. Let's go to Peterborough. Donnie in Peterborough. Donnie, what's up?
Hey, how's it going, guys? First-time caller. Great show.
Thanks for calling in, man. What's on your mind?
I'm just wondering what you guys think about the Jays not letting Snyder go about a month ago, before Vladdy and Springer and Barshow started to really pick up their game. But after the fiasco last year at the end of the season, I would have thought that Snyder would have been on a much shorter leash. And with the team getting off to such a poor start right from the beginning, I mean, everybody was not up to par. I mean, we still got to wait on Bo. I think Bo's going to be here a long time, and he's going to turn it around. But with Donnie Mattingly on the bench, are you surprised that Snyder's still here?
Hey, Donnie, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. You know, I don't think... Okay, for me, I've said this before, Nick. I'm actually curious. I'm not sure if we've ever had this conversation. I'm curious where you fall on this, because I've said that... I've been pretty critical. I've said like a spreadsheet could do the job of most major league managers, and maybe that's too harsh, but I do kind of feel as though the way the process goes for this team in particular, and it's probably very similar for other teams as well. I don't think this is only a Blue Jays thing, but the way they make decisions, that I'm not convinced it would be that different if Schneider had been fired at some point and they made Don Mattingly the head coach, or if they had made DeMarlo Hale the new manager, for example. And maybe like very small things would change, like very, very, very small things, but I'm not sure it would be some kind of like big morale boost. And I think the reason I say this is simply because I don't necessarily think that's on Mattingly or Hale or John Schneider necessarily. I believe it's just because of the way this team makes decisions. And then kind of like further to that too, when it comes to the front office, like firing the manager is certainly the easiest bullet in the chamber, right? Like it's the first domino you can make fall. We've had this conversation for ages in pretty much every sport. I mean, gosh, we just had it in this city about Sheldon Keefe like several months ago, as you all know. But I don't know. When it comes to the regime, they already kind of dismissed John Gibbons when they arrived. They already dismissed. Then they gave the reins to Charlie Montoyo, dismissed him too. I think the reason they can't really do it is because if you were to dismiss the manager, and I don't think they're thinking about that today, for example, but just in like a general sense, if you were to then dismiss the manager, the third manager, like how many teams with like in a 9-year span are going through 3 managers essentially without winning that much? You know what I mean? Like I feel like the teams that do that are either the worst teams in baseball or they're the best teams in baseball over the course of like a 25-year span.
It's tough to make the argument that, hey, we've arrived, we're going to get rid of a very popular manager. And I'm not even saying the decision to get rid of John Gibbons wasn't justified, but we're going to get rid of a popular manager who's had some of the most success the team has had in recent years, and we've got another manager that we like, and it's Charlie Montoyo. Actually, that guy's not great. We're going to get rid of him too, but we've got this great guy, John Schneider. Trust us, this is the guy. And then, not long after that, you say, actually, this guy wasn't the guy, and I've got a third guy for you that's fantastic. Yeah, it doesn't say very good things about a front office's sort of ability to find the right person for that job, which is a tough-to-measure job in terms of the value of it. Are we here convinced that John Schneider is an amazing manager who is maximizing the Jays' chances of doing well in 2024? I don't know. But in terms of the alternative, which is what matters, right? Like what matters is what would they have done with a different manager. And I'm not convinced that there's someone they could have gotten. You mentioned some of the internal candidates there. I don't think there's a different world where the Blue Jays are competing in 2024 and they have a totally different outlook and they're buying at this trade deadline if only they had gotten rid of Schneider back in May. I just don't see it that way. I don't think the position is important enough. I don't think that he's disastrously bad enough either. I don't think you could argue with some of the things that he's done, and I'm not going to go to bat for him in a major way. I don't think he's proven very much. at the MLB level, but I also don't think he's this utterly incompetent person who has just made mistake after mistake after mistake, and just by putting someone decent in, you would be 10 games better in the standings.
I think that the conversation about managers and coaches at large, I think largely, I've always found really interesting, right? Because, Nick, you look at the other sports, right? And certainly in football, I think it's really different. It depends on the kind of role of coaches in the NFL, because some coaches are like, not only are they the coaches, and they're and sometimes they're doing time management type of things, but they're also calling the plays. Like, so not every coach does that, but like Sean McDermott is their defensive coordinator for the Buffalo Bills, for example, right? And the variety of Kyle Shanahan is the offensive coordinator for the San Francisco 49ers. Examples that come to mind just off the top here, and so you can directly judge them because they physically have a play sheet in their hand and they're telling them what to do, and you see how they run the plays. In hockey, it's not always exactly the same, but in hockey, coaches are responsible for line juggling, and they're responsible for, sometimes you see them call up a timeout and drop a play on a whiteboard. Same goes in basketball. Guys are being coached up. They're saying, go here, run over here. I just think you don't really see that in baseball. I'm not saying they don't do similar things in terms of getting their teams ready, but because in all three of those other sports, you're actually seeing them be like, all right, like here's the play, and they scribble something down or whatever, or they're calling a play to the covering their mouth with the play sheet or whatever. But because you don't really see that in such an obvious way in baseball, even if it is still happening in different degrees with like signals being relayed from the dugout and so on, I think it makes it hard to exactly judge what managers do. And of course, like you can talk about decision-making processes, like when you pull a pitcher or pinch running guys or not pinch running guys, pinch hitting, so on. But I think the reason I look away from that is because I don't think those decisions for this ball club are only made by John Schneider. You know what I mean? Like that, the high performance department, the front office has a hand in that, which I think makes it even murkier when it comes to like discerning what managers do.
There's also a pretty conventional wisdom that governs a massive percentage of managing decisions. Like, this player's coming to the plate and he's a left-hander and we've had our guy out in this inning and he's struggling. We're going to bring in our best left-handed pitcher. Like, different teams have different pitchers who fit that description, but sure, guys are approaching an 100 pitch limit, that maybe it's not a hard limit, but where are we in the game? Where is our bullpen? Is this a logical time to lift the pitcher? Sometimes there is real ambiguity there, but a lot of the time it's kind of pretty clear what the quote-unquote right move is. So when you're talking about a manager's tactical decisions, I think only like 20% of them or so actually involve that, there's actually two legitimate sides to this argument, right, and which one do I want to lean on? So although manager makes so many decisions, it might seem like they're doing a lot of different things. It's not like you bring up football, for instance, where Kyle Shanahan can come up with completely different play designs that have literally never been done before. In baseball, it's sort of mix and matching the conventional wisdom with a little bit of gut and a little bit of analytics, but it's not as taxing from a creative thinking standpoint as something like football or basketball, where they are really drawing up plays and instructing people. In baseball, you don't say to Vladdy, hey, but wait, before you go out there, swing on the third pitch. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of times the guys are kind of out there on their own, using their own instincts, and that's part of what makes baseball cool, but the coaching aspect isn't quite as intensive.
416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. Let's go to Jason in Connecticut, down south of the border. Jason, what's up?
Hey, guys, I enjoy your program, and I would just to listen to it, and just a couple points. I think I was just listening to the John Schneider stuff you guys were talking about with the last caller, and I want to get to some trade stuff. But, real quick on the Schneider thing, I think really, Bo Bichette, his situation this year, really not playing well and being banged up. I think that really just affected the club a lot early on. He just didn't play to the level that I think had he been playing pretty well. I mean, let's face it, him and Vlad are really the two guys really that the Jays were building around. So I don't know. I think the Schneider thing, you guys are closer than I am. I kind of go back and forth. Some days I said, geez, I wish they would have maybe made Don Mattingly the manager at some point during the year. But where we are now with the trade deadline, I think, in light of the fact that the Jays, are selling some of these pieces off, I think that right now the good news for them over these next couple days is that And I, being up close to New York here, it does seem that the Yankees would love to get Chad Green back. It seems there's a couple other teams that want him. And Kikuchi's name is now being mentioned around this area for the Mets. So I think that for the Jays, looks like there could be a few teams that are, coming after Kikuchi and Green. And I think if the Jays are smart, they'll move them both while they're, their value. They can get something for them. And, one interesting piece, you guys were talking about DH before. I'm wondering if the Jays would be smart at this point, because the Cardinals were also a team interested in starting pitching, for Toronto to try to get Nolan Gorman kind of on the cheap. He's got a good bat, and he can hit some home runs. I think he could really do well up there. So, guys, keep up the great work, and I will listen to what you have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Jason. Appreciate the call. Thanks for calling in from south of the border. Yeah, I think when it comes to Kikuchi and Green, I will say I saw the return for Jason Adam, and we were talking about this in the pregame show. The Rays traded Jason Adam to the Padres, and I don't know, it's kind of surprising that the Padres were like, these are being buyers at the deadline, but I mean, whatever, that's for Padres talk, I suppose, Nick. But Jason Adam goes to San Diego. Going back to Tampa Bay was Dylan Lesko, Homer Bush Jr., and I believe, I'm not sure if the other third prospect had been named, but I just seen it was a third prospect certainly as well. But the biggest part of that trade going back to Tampa Bay was Dylan Lesko, who I think was one of the higher ranked pitching prospects, certainly for the Padres, but just generally speaking in minor league baseball. And now I thought that was the reason I bring it up, is because I just every team can use more relief pitching. It doesn't really matter what kind of contender you are. You can use another bullpen arm, especially if they're really good, right? So you saw Carlos Estevez being traded to the Phillies, and the Angels gave up a pretty good pair of prospects in terms of pitching prospects. Going back to LA, that was yesterday. We've seen Jimmy Garcia already get traded. Then the Mariners turned around and traded Ryan Stanek. The relief pitching market this season at the deadline is probably the hottest part of the market. And the only reason I bring that up, Nick, is simply because the return for guys like Estevez and for Adam, who I think have a little more term than someone like Chad Green, and Chad Green's making a little more money. So it's not a perfect apples-to-apples comparison, but it does make me wonder what a return for someone like Chad Green could look like. If the Yankees come calling, I mean, it's kind of hard. It's hard to say no. It's hard to say no outright, because the relief market looks like it could be pretty. I don't want to boil it down to saying profitable, but it could work out for the Jays in the sense that he has some terms, so that could get you a little bit more.
Yeah, with Green, it's interesting because a lot of people are a bit hesitant to move him now, because the idea is that next year the bullpen is just so barren.
Right.
So it's here's a guy you can trust in high leverage, and there's not a lot of guys who fit that description. You don't know what the situation with Romano is going to be. He's someone you can build on. And I understand that. But with Green, the money is part of what makes it interesting to me, because he's $10.5 million. And, you could argue that he's worth that. I think you would argue he's worth that. That's a reasonable amount of money for a high leverage arm. But if you trade Chad Green away, you can use that money to get a pretty high-end reliever as well. So I don't think that you're necessarily going to leave your bullpen in terrible shape by trading him. I would definitely be exploring this market. As you said, it seems like a hot market right now. His salary might make him less appealing to certain clubs. Maybe you eat some of that, particularly in this year. Maybe you eat some of it this year and maybe not next year when you need more of the flexibility, however you want to play that out. But if other teams are perceiving him as a lockdown, high-leverage arm and they're willing to pay accordingly, I think the Blue Jays would definitely be wise to explore that.
I mean, the caller mentioned the Yankees in particular, and the Yankees are buyers at the deadline. They kind of have to be, no? They kind of have no choice. Brian Cashman pretty much has to go out and buy. So they've already bought Jazz Chisholm Jr., and it kind of looks like they're not done. So, I mean, Chad Green hasn't been a Blue Jay for very long. I'm not saying that means he should be traded more, but I do wonder if, maybe the Yankees are more inclined to reunite with a guy they know very well versus maybe a reliever they're not super familiar with. And I mean, everyone does their due diligence, Brian Cashman, everyone. But, I mean, I'm certain a level of familiarity makes it easier to pull the trigger on a trade for a guy like Green, who has had some of his best years in pinstripes. The other trade that came down I thought was really interesting too. This less about the Blue Jays, just in a general sense. The Isak Paredes trade. I don't know if you saw that, Nick, from earlier. Isak Paredes getting dealt to the Cubs, and Christopher Morel getting sent back along with two prospects, but I think Morel the biggest part of that package. Going back to Tampa Bay, my instant read on that was great. Paredes is going to instantly fall off in Chicago, and Morel is going to be the guy who tortures the Blue Jays for the next next 5 to 6 years. But I will say, I mean, the Rays sell-off has been very prodigious. I mean, they sold off Randy Arozarena, Zach Eflin, Paredes, and Jason Adams. So they've been just banking the prospects and young players going forward.
Yeah, so you ever play a game with someone such that you know they're really, really good at the game, and so you can't really trust anything they do? Like, they can propose you some kind of trade or some kind of move, and you're like, this seems like it makes sense for me, but the fact that you're the one bringing it to me makes me not trust it. That's how I'd feel if I was the Cubs. I'm like, Paredes has been great the last couple of years. He's been an amazing power bat. Having him for the many years of control that he's still available is an appealing prospect for the Cubs. But if I'm the Cubs, I'm like, wait a second. Why are the Rays bringing me this player? Because the Rays are notoriously a team that does not spend money. They need players who are under team control, who are relatively affordable. Paredes, in theory, is exactly the type of guy the Rays should be building around. So the fact that they're choosing to trade him, which may end up being a savvy deal, it often is with Tampa Bay, would make me suspicious if I'm the Cubs. And there's been some stuff floating around on Twitter about how his swing is like really well geared towards Tampa Bay and not so in terms of Wrigley Field. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But the Rays, generally speaking, do business in a very smart and creative manner, and we'll see how this plays out for them.
Yeah, I think we're at the point now where if Eric Neander calls anyone, they just you gotta hang up the phone, or you just don't screen your call, don't answer the phone. I think that's where we're at.
Know your limitations. Like, don't have hubris. Know you're gonna lose the trade, and don't make it.
416-870-0590, 1-888-660-0590, star 590 on your cell. Let's get one more phone call in before we take a quick break. Let's go to Adam in Thornhill. Adam, what's up this weekend?
Hey, how are you? Just coming back from barbecue. So guess
nice.
where I am? In the car.
In the car. There you go. What's up, man?
Works out that way. So, yeah, we got to take advantage of this trade deadline. The market is completely robust. We should be listening on everybody but Bo and Vladdy. If you look at the situation, Atlanta has now Max Fried on the IL. They have Spencer Strider on the IL. They need pitching.
I think Ronaldo Lopez also had some forearm tightness apparently today, too.
Oh, really? I didn't even hear about that. Okay, well, that's even more of a panic situation. Baltimore is still looking for another starter. Houston desperately wants another starting pitcher. The Mets need starting pitching after Kodai Senga is gone for the year now with the calf injury. You have an opportunity here, if you're Ross Atkins and the front office, to really hold a lot of teams' feet to the fire. And I understand you can, I'm not going to criticize the moves they made. I'm not a fan of moving Danny Jansen, especially to Boston, but as far as the other two moves, I'm not going to criticize them because you need time to breathe, let that breathe and see what you have. I don't think it's going to be significant either way. I'm referring to the Nate Pearson and Jimmy Garcia thing. But if you want to get realistic, are we going to be competitive next year with Chris Bassett and Kikuchi and Gausman? They're in their mid-30s. They're ready now to go to a young team and be the piece that puts them over the top. They're not going to be here by the time we're ready to win. So if you can move the three and you say, well, who's going to pitch for them? It doesn't matter who pitches the next 50 games. What matters is what you do next year for your pitching staff. But if you look at 26 and you've got Tiedemann coming back, Manoah, and Berrios, and now you trade these three guys and you can get back 6 to 8 prospects and focus on pitching, you're going to have a lot of stuff ready to roll in 26, which means that in the offseason, all you need are some lower leverage, 3 and 4 type arms to get you through 1 year as a bridge for 26. So this idea that we shouldn't trade Gausman or any of these guys because we're worried about who's going to pitch the last 50 games, it doesn't matter. Throw Bowden Francis out there. Go get Dakota Hudson off the scrap heap. Go get Johnny Cueto. It doesn't make a difference. Let's just get a better prospect, and let's take advantage of the market as is. Thank you, guys.
Hey, man, thanks for the call. I appreciate it, Adam, as always. So Nick, I'm kind of two minds of trading guys with terms. Certainly, if the right offer comes around, you can't say no, right? Because you look at, I've said this many times, but if Juan Soto can be traded not once but twice then like really anyone can be traded. You know what I mean? Like there's no real limit on who can be traded in reality. I don't think anyone. And on top of that, you should never be, I think, opposed to a trade just because. So if someone comes around with the right offer for Gausman or for Berrios or for Bassett, I think you are pretty much forced to listen effectively, right? So that's certainly one aspect of it. So I'm not opposed to it from a purely philosophical standpoint. But at the same time, I think the only reason I think it won't happen, and I'm not saying it shouldn't happen, but why it won't happen is simply because, and it's not to do with what Adam was saying, because I know he was like, oh, well, it's not about who has to log innings for you, like go out and get a Cueto or like a Zach Greinke or someone, which I suppose is possible. But I think it's more of this team clearly has gone out of their way to say they think they can compete next year, which is why I think when you saw Class A come back from Seattle, I think a part of that deal was certainly done with the mind that Class A could could play for the Blue Jays. Gosh, maybe not even next year. Maybe later this year. For all we know, if Kiermaier's not on the team, he could easily be the fourth outfielder or even one of the starting three outfielders, depending on how they view his development track already in AAA, for example. So that's kind of where I'm at on it. Like I think, again, if the right offer comes along and if the Mets want to give you a ton of their best prospects, like their top pitching prospects, or the Padres give you like a Dylan Lesko, like we talked about for trades that happened earlier, then yeah, I think you certainly consider it. But I mean, if you really believe the team can compete in 2025, they're going to have to be on the team.
I have a very different opinion about all those pitchers. So, Kikuchi is the rental, makes perfect sense, get him out of there. Bassett, I think you're right, and it probably won't happen. I do believe the Blue Jays should explore it because I think he's at a relatively high ebb of his value, not in terms of the last couple weeks, but in terms of this season.
Right.
What he's done this year. He's 35 years old. Also, his salary and his production are relatively closely in line. So I think you take his salary off the books for over $20 million per season. I think you can find another middle-of-the-rotation starter, and you can backfill that in free agency to some degree and not necessarily give up on your hopes of competing in 2025. It's kind of what I said about Chad Green. Like, he makes enough money that if you trade him away, you can use that money to backfill, and it doesn't necessarily turn you into, a smoking rubble in the bullpen in 2025. Gausman is totally different. Gausman is under control for 2 more years after this year. First of all, he's not pitching very well this season, so I think it's a low point in his value to trade him. That's one reason to be hesitant. But also for the amount of money he makes, which is just a little bit more than Bassett, it's impossible almost to find the level of performance that he can produce when he's really going. Like, he has been so much better than his salary until this season. And so if you're the Blue Jays, you're hoping that he can bounce back to that ace level, top of the rotation type of guy. And so if you traded him away and you're like, okay, I need a new ace, top of the rotation type of guy, first of all, sometimes they're just not available in any way, shape, or form. But even if they are, they just cost a lot of money. Think about the money that, Garrett Coles and Max Scherzers and guys like that have made.
When Garrett Crochet eventually gets an extension, it's going to be way more than whatever Gausman's making now.
Absolutely insane. So that's why Gausman is in a different category for me, because I think there's still hope that he can be that guy who not only is at the front of the rotation, which is an important thing to have if you want to compete, but does it in a way that's fairly economical. Whereas Bassett is maybe a little bit better than his salary, but I think you can go take that money and find a veteran that you can count on in the middle of your rotation. I would explore trading Bassett for sure. But based on what we've heard thus far, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of rumbling in that direction.
416-870-0590, 1-888-660-0590, star 590 on your cell. Those are the numbers to call. 590-590, name and location. That's the People's Text Line. We'll go to the text line on the other side, go back to the phones. You're listening to Jays Talk, Show and Nick with you on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. Visit timbermart.ca.
This summer, catch the excitement of Blue Jays baseball on Sportsnet. From pregame to postgame, Blue Jays Central breaks down what went down and why. When the action heats up on the field, Sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet app take you deeper inside the game. Headlines, scores, highlights, and more.
It is way out of here.
Watch or stream on Sportsnet or listen to every game on Sportsnet 590 The Fan. All summer, only one source brings you closer to the action. Sportsnet, home of the Blue Jays.
We're 2meninaTruck.ca. We've got lots of men and lots of trucks, so get ready to be moved.
Think 2 men in a truck, 2 men in a truck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day, Think 2 men in a truck, 2 men in a truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2 men in a truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
Lumos. Witches, wizards, and muggles come down to the core as Roger Center transforms into Hogwarts. Harry Potter-themed entertainment and activities around the ballpark.
Wingardium Leviosa.
Magic moments create core memories. So fly down to Roger Center on Friday, August 9th, and get one of 4 Blue Jays Harry Potter Hogwarts House Raglan shirts. Harry Potter Night. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between pizza, and inflation. First to the plate, with over 2 million sold, it's Fixed Rate Pizza, a hot and fresh extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for Fixed Rate Pizza. Lock in yours today.
Pizza.ca. At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's Building Centre. Visit timbermart.ca.
Hey, this is Chad Green. You're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
They're talking about the preparation they had to do about all the various pitchers on the Rangers roster, given that they did not see John Gray at all. Did not throw a single pitch in this game. He was removed after a right groin discomfort, I believe is what it was, and he was pulled, and they basically faced the bullpen. But the Jays winning 7-3 over the Rangers today to complete the series sweep of the defending World Series champions. Welcome back to Jays Talk Show, and Nick with you for another couple of minutes. Still some time to give us a call, 416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell, 590-590, name and location. That's the People's Text Line, and it is always open. Nick, before we go back to the text line, real quick, I just want to say perhaps a somewhat surprising result at the Olympics. Team Canada's women's national soccer team, after all of the wild conjecture and the discussion, the drone gate and the penalties and so on, people getting sent home, and the Canadian government pulling funding for people who are banned, and all these different things. That has all happened in the span of less than a week, essentially. They had to actually go out there and play the host nation, France, which is the number 2 ranked side in the world, and with 12 or 13 minutes of added time. In the 12th minute of added time, Vanessa Gillies scores to give Canada a 2-1 lead. They hold on for the win. They win 2-1. I gotta say, I think I'm a casual soccer fan, I will admit, but given everything that they had gone through and the players had endured, that deduction to 6 points was, I thought, really unfair for the players. I gotta say, the staff and Canada Soccer, and they deserved all the flack, but the players, I thought, did not deserve it. Considering all the stuff that's been happening to them all Olympics, essentially, for them to go out there and win, that I think that's not crazy to say. That might be one of the biggest wins in the history of the Canadian soccer program, given that how many negative things they had to endure over the past week, essentially.
I mean, even without the context, you're talking about an incredibly high-quality French side playing at home at the Olympics. That is a tall order, and to get it done in this extremely dramatic fashion at the 12th minute of extra time, I must admit, I always find the ambiguity of extra time really frustrating, where you don't know exactly how much you're going to get, and sometimes it seems like way longer than it should be, but it worked for Canada in this case.
Yeah, they used basically every last second, it seems. But hey, they win 2-1. I think they still need to beat Columbia, and then they probably need some help because they'd be the third place team more than likely at that point. So they're mathematically still alive. They need to beat Columbia. They need some help from the other third place teams and other groups. But hey, I mean, the path to a quarterfinal spot is not out of the realm of possibilities. That's pretty exciting. I love the Olympics. They're fun. You become experts in things you don't know a lot about. So that's my favorite part of the Olympics. All right, let's talk some more Jays here. I wanted to talk about Vladimir Guerrero Jr. A lot of texts in the text line about Vladimir Guerrero Jr. There was one from Will in Lucknow, Ontario, says Vladdy's hitting .301. I still don't think he's a star, and he should be traded. There was a text from Mark in Thorold saying, "Hey show, give Vladdy the money. He started to swing like his old man again." And there are a lot of texts about Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Certainly. I wanted to talk about Vladdy with you. Now, again, this is not like a hot take or anything. I said they've had to pay the man for a while now. He's at 19 home runs after his solo home run today. Just to tell you how hot he has been, to put it in some context, in the first 74 games of the season, 7 home runs for Vladdy with 30 RBI, right? I'm going with the most simplistic of stats here. In these subsequent 29 games, that doesn't include today, actually, so I guess this would change after today, but he has hit 11, now 12 home runs with 32 RBI. So he's effectively doubled his season output in less than half the games played when comparing the different halves of the season. Bob Nightingale had reported this today in his weekly column for USA Today, a very quick nugget. It was literally like 10 words or whatever. This is what he said about Vladdy. This was the quote. He wants to stay, and he is willing to sign a long-term extension to do so. And it's not like news to hear that, because I think we've known that for a while. Even if he did kind of like walk it back a little bit when he was saying, oh, yes, it's a business. I would love to play for any team. But, I mean, it's been pretty clear Vladdy wants to play for the Blue Jays, be a Blue Jay forever, wants to stay in Toronto. It does make me feel that if both player and team are really motivated, they could get it done and keep Vladdy as a Blue Jay long term, which to me seems like the right move.
The marriage between the player and the team, it just makes a ton of sense, right? The Blue Jays are hurting for long-term pieces to build around. You know, whether he's a star or not, that's a debate you can have. I think he's a star-level offensive performer at the very least. He's someone you can really build a lineup around. They need that. He's only 25 years old as well. That's an important part of it, because if they end up failing in their bid to kind of retool and compete in 2025, maybe that causes them to do some further sell-offs. There may be ups and downs in this road. They might not be competitive every single year, but he's young enough that you don't necessarily have to worry about him lining up with your window. Like, his window is the foreseeable future. So sign him for the foreseeable future, and it's going to help your offense. It kind of reminds me when Bryce Harper signed his huge deal with the Phillies. Even at the time, he said, I realize not every single year are we necessarily going to be hunting, and they've been a very good team, but we're not necessarily going to be in the hunt every single year. It's tough to be a great team for 10, 12 years, whatever it is. There's going to be ups and downs here, but I want to be part of this, and I could see that happening with Vladdy, where it's like you don't necessarily need to debate where are you in your competitive cycle. He's just a really good player who projects to be a really good player for the foreseeable future. And maybe there'll be a time when does he hit enough to be the first baseman who makes X amount of money, and is it the most efficient thing? And those debates I'm sure will be had. But from a big picture perspective, he's definitely someone the Blue Jays should be looking to build around. And as Nightingale says, it looks like he's open to doing that as well on his end.
What do you think of these texts? Jen in Toronto, and I always appreciate Jen's text. She says, I have zero issue with Vlad at third. At least it would be exciting. And Vlad was playing first base today, but he played third yesterday. There was another one here. I just missed. Oh, here it is. Adam in Port Elmsley. Looking ahead to next season, obviously a lot of unknowns at this point, but do you think there is any conversation to be had about moving Vladdy back to third? I feel like he is quite capable of managing it, and it opens the doors to keep guys like Horwitz and Schneider in the infield on the right side. What are your thoughts on this? I do think for me, and I'm curious where you land on this, Nick, I think for me, it'll probably just be the way it's been. You know what I mean? Like you see him at third every now and again when you want to give guys rest or when you want to move guys elsewhere. Certainly depends on whether or not they find a longer term solution at third base. Again, if you want to pencil in IKF there, I suppose you can, but you know, if you don't want to, and they go out and get someone who's just going to be the everyday third baseman, then you know you can do that for sure. And then Vladdy won't be the third baseman. But if they don't do that, and we do know that this regime likes their positional versatility, then if that's the case, then I bet it just stays the same way. Like Vladdy plays at first base like 85% of the time, and then the odd time he moves to third. I didn't mind what we saw from Vladdy yesterday at third base, and by and large, I haven't hated it, but. I mean, I think he just profiles defensively as an okay player. I know he won a Gold Glove at first base a couple of years ago, but generally speaking, I think he's like fine defensively. It's really the bat that you're looking for when we have conversations about Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
There have been some nice highlights from him at third base. We saw one the other day. But at the same time, he's someone who, in terms of defensive grading at first base, even the way he kind of moves laterally, does not grade out particularly well. At third base, it's more difficult. They're more right-handed hitters. There's a reason they call it the hot corner. It's just a difficult place for him to play long term. Like you said, it gives them an option for how they want to build their lineup on a given day. The only thing I think that could change that, and this would be kind of deep in a Blue Jays future that we can't even necessarily perceive, would be if for whatever reason a star first baseman fell into their lap and they felt like we need to play this guy almost every day and we need to play Vladdy almost every day, and for whatever reason the DH spot was tied up in something else. It's a far-fetched scenario. We have seen things like that happen. The Detroit Tigers, for instance, when they had Prince Fielder and Miguel Cabrera, arguably those were two first basemen. They had Victor Martinez as well, and they're like, okay, we're going to put Cabrera out at third base, and they kind of lived with him not being great there because of the offensive potential. Maybe something like that could happen for the Blue Jays to force him to third base full time, but it's hard to imagine it coming to pass.
I wanted to get to a couple more guys with you before we say goodbye, and I want to talk about Kirk and Barger, actually. We've actually been talking a lot more about Kirk these days, and, for good reason. You want to see more from him offensively, but also because Danny Jansen is now catching for the Boston Red Sox. He actually started in their lineup today as a DH, so I got to go watch some of those ABs when we leave here. But out there on the base paths, so at the bottom of the sixth inning, Kirk gets aboard RBI single. Then on the Kiermaier single, he goes first to third. And I got to say, I don't think I've seen that very often from Kirk in terms of sprint speed. He also made a pretty athletic run out to snag I think it was a Wyatt Langford pop-up shortly after that. I think maybe it was in the next half inning, for example, but a Langford pop-up behind the plate right up against the netting there behind the plate. So I gotta say, I'm not sure that's going to be like some big turnaround for Kirk necessarily, but I will say, I feel like we've been having positive Kirk discussions more in the last, what do you want to say, Nick, a month? Maybe a little less than a month, but it's definitely a place to start. Again, is Kirk your starting catcher of the future, like a JT Real Muto type who's going to start basically every game, where your backup catcher is only starting once every week? Probably not. Like, you probably do need, to the previous caller's points, to bolster the catching position, and whether that's Danny Jansen returning in free agency, whether that's another catcher, we'll have to see, because I don't think Brian Servant is the long-term answer either. But I think I've been very slightly, ever so slightly buoyed by what we've seen from Kirk in the last 3.5 weeks-ish.
I don't think we're entering an Alejandro Kirk speed demon era based on today, but going first to third, as you said, it's something of a rarity for him. Scoring on a sac fly, that's not the sort of thing you always see. I kind of put a joking tweet out there when it happened. His sprint speed's actually up to the 4th percentile from the 2nd percentile last year.
All right.
We're talking almost 1 foot per second improvement from last year, so he's moving very slightly better out there. Yeah, I think he's doing a lot of things slightly better recently. He looked truly lost at the plate early in the year. Even some things he normally does well, like avoiding strikeouts and avoiding kind of taking bad swings out of the zone. We saw more of that earlier in the year. He seems to have settled in, at least to some degree.
I mentioned Addison Barger as well, so I think the reason I wanted to touch on Barger with you is I don't think we've talked about him a lot in our chats, but a 2-run double today for him to push the lead a little bit more. We're still waiting on his first big league home run. I think he'll get there, but he's looked a little bit better with a little bit more playing time. I'm still not sure what his ceiling is, I admit. It still might only be, quote-unquote, only be as a defensive replacement, for example. And one thing I was hoping to see at some point was his cannon of an arm. Like on that play where Kiermaier ran into the wall and fell down, he did a good job of getting to it and getting the ball back in immediately. But I am looking forward to seeing someone run on him when they go from first to third or second to third on a sac fly or something, and see if he can get the guy, because he has an absolute rocket attached to that shoulder of his for a right arm. So I'm curious to see that eventually, or see it more, I suppose. But as someone who has doubted Barger in terms of what he is long-term, Nick, I was impressed with his play today. Again, very small sample size for Barger. And if IKF comes back next week, or if Lucas comes up at some point, Barger might be the guy next to Berrios to go back down, I would imagine. But at the same time, for a guy who I think is going to probably bounce between being like a quad A type of player and a major leaguer, I was impressed. I'm curious what you thought of limited action from Barger.
This was a really good game for him, right? It was the second multi-hit game of his young career. He also had that double off a left-handed pitcher. First hit off a left-handed pitcher he's had at the major league level. Also the hardest hit ball of his, again, short MLB career. We're talking like 20 games, but 110.7 miles per hour. Not everyone is capable of even kind of reaching that height. And he gave another ball a ride the other way as well. So he was really hitting the ball well today. At this point, he's kind of a collection of tools more than he is a player. He's got the big arm, as you mentioned. He has raw power. Nowadays, we have bat tracking statistics to just show how kind of the bat speed of guys, and that it correlates pretty well with power potential, and he's good on that. Like he's definitely someone who really can uncork a big swing. But until he starts producing that at the big league level, we have to be a little bit skeptical because there's strikeouts in his game. There's some holes in the swing right now. He hasn't shown much at the major league level, to be perfectly honest. And his AAA results are like good, but not incredible.
Yeah.
It's a 24-year-old player, so you want to see him come around and show something at the big league level sooner rather than later. But there will be opportunities, on this team, especially if a couple of guys potentially move in the next couple of days. There's going to be at-bats that open up on the Blue Jays. And if you are a young guy like Barger who shows them something and plays well, you can earn some of those at-bats. I think the last couple of months here are going to be big for him because he's someone who could see other guys kind of surpass him in the system if he doesn't show anything at the major league level.
Yeah, when you have the conversation about what are you looking forward to for the rest of the season post-trade deadline, I think a lot of people would say, and a lot of people have said this, calls and texts alike, they have said that they want to see the young guys play. I mean, the young guys include certainly the Horwitzes and the Clements and the Schneiders of the world, but we've seen a lot from them so far. Really, you're also talking about the Berrios and the Clement, pardon me, not Clement, Berrios and Jimenez, and certainly Barger as well. So I look forward to seeing what he has. I think he is going to get a little bit more run. By the way, the starters for the doubleheader tomorrow, Yariel Rodriguez will start Game 1, Bowden Francis will start Game 2. So that's what you got to look forward to tomorrow. Appreciate you all being with us on Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Dieppe and Amherst, New Brunswick. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com, Canada's #1 rust protection. For Nick Ashbourne, Eric Smith, Chris LaRue, Tom Young, Tristan Marcagiani, Nick Blackmore, I'm Show Ali. That does it for us. We are out of here. Blair and Barker have you covered all week long, including on both ends of tomorrow.
This has been Major League Baseball play-by-play on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
Why do I love calling this game?
Calling this game?
Calling this game?
Calling this game?
Why do I love calling this game? It's because I get a chance to bring some joy into people's lives.
Anything can happen on a baseball field.
We've got a new game! It's perfectly unscripted theater.
Everybody on their feet! Because you never know what you're going to see on a given day.
It is Bedlam at the bank as Bryce Harper has put the Phillies on top!
There's just something about baseball on the radio.
Something about the way wood hits leather. A swing and a drive to deep left center!
The way leather hits dirt.
And he made the play!
The way a deep fly ball sounds like it's about to change history.
High fly ball to center field. It's hit pretty well toward the wall. Until the cleats hit the grass, hit the crushed brick, and then nothing but sky and a silent crowd.
That ball's high.
Until leather hits leather and 40,000 fans lose their collective minds.
In a perfect symphony of chaos.
He jumped up on top of the wall, balanced himself, and caught it.
The way nothing triumphs a perfectly honest call.
The way the right voice can make a moment live forever.
Touch 'em all, Joe! You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life!
Outsiders may think this is just two teams.
The ball, a bat, and a microphone, but no.
For over 100 years, this has been the soundtrack of the American pastime.
He struck it out looking! It's over! It's over! The Rangers have won the World Series!
The soundtrack of summer. This is Major League Baseball on the radio.
Right now on SiriusXM.
All rise! Coming in 5.
Get ready to play.
4.
Get up! Get up!
3.
Can you believe it? Put your seatbelt on.
Wow. Talk about the game and all the stories on MLB Network Radio, Sirius XM 89, and the Sirius XM app.
2. Padres on Internet, 862. 1:35 p.m., Philadelphia Phillies take on the Cleveland Guardians. Phillies on Sirius 106, XM 180 and Internet 860. Guardians on Internet, 847. 1:35 p.m., Toronto Blue Jays take on the Texas Rangers. Blue Jays on Sirius 211, XM 178 and Internet 868. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish Beat on Internet 870. 1:40 p.m. Detroit Tigers take on the Minnesota Twins. Tigers on Sirius 137, XM 179 and Internet 849. Twins on Internet 856. 2:10 p.m. Chicago White Sox take on the Seattle Mariners. White Sox on Sirius 160, XM 181 and Internet 845. Mariners on Internet 864. 2:10 p.m. Kansas City Royals take on the Chicago Cubs. Royals on Sirius 158, XM 184 and Internet 851. Cubs on Internet 844. 2:10 p.m. Milwaukee Brewers take on the Miami Marlins. Brewers on Sirius 85, XM 185 and Internet 855. Marlins on Internet 854.
Get the latest news, opinion, and analysis from MMA to boxing and the professional wrestling world 24/7. Sirius XM Fight Nation, Sirius XM 156, and the SXM app.
Host Jim Memolo was on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio on SiriusXM Channel 89 to talk about what the Seattle Mariners should do before the upcoming trade deadline and why there's nowhere to go but up for their offense.
Here's the beauty of being the Mariners, in my opinion, and I wonder if Jerry DiPoto looks at it the same way. If you've got the pitching, you can load up on minor deals for journeyman hitters. And there's nowhere to go but up for that offense. I mentioned they have the worst team batting average in baseball. Nowhere to go but up. Kind of like the 21 Braves. You know, they lose Acuna Jr., and they go out and they pick up, you name them, right? They pick up Duvall. They picked up Jock Peterson.
Soler,
Duvall, yes.
Rosario, all those kind of guys.
So they picked up 4 guys off the street, basically minor deals, and it helped them win a World Series. You can do that when you've got great pitching. You can't do it with mediocre pitching. It won't work with mediocre pitch. Good lineup, mediocre pitching, can't do it. But good pitching, mediocre lineup, they're not even mediocre, really. They might be able to get away. He may not have to make a big deal. He just has to make several deals.
Mad Dog Sports Radio has the best sports talk in the business, covering sports with a passion and knowledge you need. Mad Dog Sports Radio, Sirius XM 86, and the SXM app.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Sunday, July the 28th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 11:35 a.m., Tampa Bay Rays taking the Cincinnati Reds. Rays on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 866. Reds on Internet 846. 1:35 p.m., Baltimore Orioles taking the San Diego Padres. Orioles on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 842. Padres on Internet 862. 1:35 p.m., Philadelphia Phillies taking the Cleveland Guardians. Phillies on Sirius 106, XM 180 and Internet 860. Guardians on Internet 847. 1:35 p.m., Toronto Blue Jays taking the Texas Rangers. Blue Jays on Sirius 211, XM 178 and Internet 868. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish Beat on Internet 870. 1:40 p.m. Detroit Tigers take on the Minnesota Twins. Tigers on Sirius 137, XM 179 and Internet 849. Twins on Internet 856. 2:10 p.m. Chicago White Sox take on the Seattle Mariners. White Sox on Sirius 160, XM 181 and Internet 845. Mariners on Internet 864. 2:10 p.m. Kansas City Royals take on the Chicago Cubs. Royals on Sirius 158, XM 184 and Internet 851. Cubs on Internet 844. 2:10 p.m. Milwaukee Brewers take on the Miami Marlins.